Sie Licht. Nicht reinschreiben, die Links. Funky kannst du noch lauter. Also nicht gehen, sondern so laut.
Yola Breaking.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may we very kindly ask you to take your seats. We are about to begin. Thank you.
Well done.
Look at the wall and say it. It's on? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may we very kindly ask you to take your seats. We are about to begin. Thank you.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة والسيدات، ضيوفنا الكرام، صباح الخير. أعلن افتتاح أشغال الدورة 20 للمؤتمر العام للدول الأعضاء في منظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية. May I request all participants to take their seats, please. I have the honor and privilege to welcome the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed. The Deputy Prime Minister of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Mr. Baymat Ana Madodov. And the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Palau, His Excellency Mr. Gustav Aitaru. I would like also to welcome the distinguished government ministers, ambassadors, and other special guests who have graciously joined us today, as well as the numerous delegates participating from all regions of the world, be it in person here in Vienna or virtually. I herewith declare open the first plenary meeting of the 20th regular session of the General Conference. In accordance with Rule 71 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, I would like to invite delegates to observe 1 minute of silence before we begin the proceedings. Thank you very much. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، المندوبين الموقرين، السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي بداية في نهاية عهدتي كرئيس للمؤتمر العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية في دورته 19 أن أجدد بالغ شكري وتقديري لكافة الدول الأعضاء، وأخص بالذكر المجموعة الإفريقية، لمنح بلاد تونس ومنح الثقة لقيادة أعمال الدورة السابقة للمؤتمر العام للمنظمة. ولا يفوتني أيضاً أن أعبر عن تقديري وامتناني للسادة نواب رئيس المؤتمر وللسيد المدير العام لليونيدو ولأمانة المنظمة عن الدعم والتعاون البناء طوال رئاستي للمؤتمر العام. كما أود التأكيد عن سعادتي أن تتزامن رئاستي للمؤتمر العام الأخير مع تعيين السيد كورت ميلر مديراً عاماً جديداً للمنظمة خلفاً للمدير العام السابق العام السيد ليونغ. Excellencies, dear colleagues, The growth in membership of our organization clearly emphasizes that by implementing inclusive and sustainable industrial development through the promotion of progress by innovation, UNIDO rightfully occupies one of the key places in the international development system. The organization's contribution to mobilizing international efforts and assistance to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals is significant. With its emphasis on building resilience and strengthening the foundations for inclusive and sustainable economic growth through promoting innovative solutions in countries around the world, as well as by stimulating forward-looking international dialogue and partnerships, UNIDO is at the forefront of global issues such as the effort to address climate change, support sustainable supply chains, and promote food security. In view of the wide-ranging consequences of ongoing and emerging global crises, UNIDO's mandate has now been elevated to a level of even greater significance. The organization's work is critical for member states to build a better future for all. UNIDO is a proof that our common commitment to multilateral solutions will help member states overcome pressing development challenges and improve the lives of countless people around the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my appreciation to Mr. Gerd Müller for his dedication and work during his 2 first years as Director General of UNIDO, and for his significant contributions to strengthening and advancing UNIDO's mandate around the world in the service of member states. I would also like to convey my appreciation on behalf of all member states to all UNIDO personnel for their deep commitment to supporting all of us. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ما هو مغزى سعينا المتواصل لمزيد دعم أواصر التعاون والتقارب من أجل تحقيق الأهداف السامية لهذه المنظمة العريقة والمساهمة في بناء مجتمع دولي أكثر عدالة ينعم بالأمن والاستقرار والحرية والكرامة والسيادة الوطنية، وفي نفس الوقت تواصل آلة القتل للسلطة الاحتلال إمعانها في التنكيل بالشعب الفلسطيني في غزة وحصد أرواح الآلاف من الشهداء من المدنيين العزل من رضع وأطفال ونساء وشيوخ، وتدمير بيوتهم ومدارسهم وحتى المستشفيات، ومنع إيصال المواد الإغاثية إليهم في تحد وانتهاك غير مسبوق لكل المواثيق الدولية والقيم الإنسانية والأخلاقية. على مرأى ومسمع من المجتمع الدولي دون محاسبة أو ردع أو تحرك صارم يوقف معاناة أطفال ونساء غزة والشعب الفلسطيني صاحب الحق والأرض. وإذ أحيي صمود وأنفة وصبر الشعب الفلسطيني على الجرائم الفظيعة التي ترتكب في حقه، فإني أؤكد كتونسي وعربي وبالأساس كإنسان أن معاناتهم هي معاناتنا، لأنه حتى وأن كنا لا نعيش في فلسطين فإن فلسطين تعيش فينا. وفي هذا الصدد أود أن أتلو عليكم أبيات شعر للشاعر التونسي أبو قاسم الشابي، حيث يقول: إذا الشعب يوما أراد الحياة فلا بد أن يستجيب القدر، ولا بد لليل أن ينجلي، ولا بد للقيد أن ينكسر. والشعب الفلسطيني متشبث بالحياة الكريمة ولن يفرط في حقه المشروع. شكراً على انتباهكم.
Great.
Agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda. Turning to matters of our proceedings, I first invite the conference to take up the consideration of agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda. I would like to refer to the recommendations of the pre-sessional informal consultations, which, taking into consideration the recommendation of the board in its decision IDP.51/decision.11, recommended the adoption of the agenda contained in document GC.20/1. For practical purposes, and as done in the past, the informal consultation agreed to recommend the suspension of the Rule 42 on the functions of the General Committee for the first day only, in particular those aspects related to the adoption of the agenda. I am now submitting to the conference for its adoption this provisional agenda. Are there any objections? I see none. The agenda is herewith adopted. Agenda item 2, election of officers. I now invite the conference to take up the consideration of agenda item 2, elections of officers. In accordance with the Rule 35 and Appendix A of the Rules of Procedures, to ensure equitable geographical distribution in the election of officers and the elections to organs, account has to be taken of the latest list of states to be included in Annex 1 to the Constitution. These lists are reflected in document GC.20/20. Before proceeding to the elections, as explained during the pre-session informal consultations leading up to this General Conference, the Conference will have to decide in which of the lists of states A, B, C, or D to include 3 member states, Antigua and Barbuda, Palau, and South Sudan. In this context, I would like to inform you that Antigua and Barbuda has placed a request for inclusion amongst states in List C. Subsequently, GROLAC endorsed this inclusion amongst List C of Annex 1 to the Constitution. Palau has placed a request to inclusion amongst Asian states in List A. Subsequently, the Asia-Pacific Group endorsed their conclusion amongst Asian states in List A of Annex 1 to the constitutions. List A being also composed of African states, the African Group issued no objection of the inclusion of Palau at the list. South Sudan has placed a request for inclusion amongst African states in List A. Subsequently, the African Group endorsed their inclusion amongst African states in List A of Annex 1 to the Constitution. List A being also composed of Asian states, the Asian Pacific Group issued no objection to the inclusion of South Sudan in the list. In list with Annex 1, Paragraph 1 of the Constitution and Rule 106.2 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, final endorsement of the inclusion of Antigua and Barbuda in List C, as well as of Palau and South Sudan in List A of Annex 1 to the Constitution rests with the Conference. I thus ask whether there are any objections to those proposals. Thank you. I see none. It's so decided. Continuing with agenda item 2, election of officers. I have the pleasure to inform that the names of the candidates for the elections of officers have been communicated by the chairs of the respective regional groups as follows. For the office of President of the Conference from states in List B, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy to UNIDO. For Vice Presidents from African states in List A, His Excellency Ambassador Larbi Latrouche, Permanent Representative of Algeria to UNIDO. From Asian state in List A, His Excellency Ambassador Ikram bin Mohammed Ibrahim, Permanent Representative of Malaysia to UNIDO. From state in List B, Her Excellency Ambassador Gabriela Seder, Permanent Representative of Austria to UNIDO. From states in List C, Her Excellency Ambassador Mireya del Carmen Munoz Mira, Permanent Representative of Ecuador to UNIDO. And from states in List D, Mrs. Dora Casazas of the Permanent Mission of Hungary to UNIDO, and Mr. Michael Androkonis of the Permanent Mission of Poland to UNIDO. Are there any objections to those nominations? I see none. It is therefore my privilege to declare the candidates I have just mentioned elected by acclamations. May I now ask the President of the 20th session of the General Conference, Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Lepre, to proceed to the podium.
Excellencies, esteemed Director General, ladies and gentlemen, in taking up this office, I would like to thank Member States for entrusting me to preside over the session and to welcome you all here in Vienna and online. It is a particular honor and pleasure for me to chair this conference and to welcome the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, the Deputy Prime Minister of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Mr. Baymirat Anamamedov, and the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Palau, His Excellency Mr. Gustav Aitar. Let me also congratulate the newly elected Vice Presidents of the conference and express my special thanks to His Excellency Ambassador Magdi Ahmed Mufaddal El-Noor of Sudan, President of Industrial Development Board, for his able leadership of the pre-sessional informal consultation, which successfully laid the foundation of our work in the coming days. Many important decisions lie ahead of us to shape the future of the organization and promote effective multilateralism. In working together and upholding the Vienna spirit of consensus, I am convinced that we will move forward successfully and help plot a path that will strengthen UNIDO as a great project-based organization in the coming years. Before kicking off, let me state a couple of things. First of all, let me orange this General Conference. Among the various complex obstacles to achieving equality, prosperity, and peace is the violence against women and girls, a battle that we celebrated. Let's join our efforts to leave no one behind. Concerning the situation, the escalatory situation in the Middle East, I think that these following days will give us also the opportunity to talk about that. I listened carefully to what my colleague, my predecessor, Ambassador of Tunisia said. Let me say a couple of things. I think we all, for sure, we welcome the agreement, the recent agreement to release hostages from Gaza for an extended pause of the conflict. The humanitarian ceasefire must be used to provide as much as urgently need as possible for the civilian during the devastating consequences of the ongoing operation in Gaza. But we must never forget whose responsibility this tragedy has come. So we condemn in the strongest possible terms Hamas for its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel. And to finish on that, I personally express my deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of victims of those attacks, as well as of all civilians, Palestinians, Israeli and others, who have died or been injured during the conflict. Now I invite us to proceed with this 20th session of UNIDO General Conference, confident of your cooperation and full support in moving our work forward efficiently and effectively. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Suzanne Kraus-Winkler, State Secretary of Federal Ministry of Labor and Economy, who will deliver her remarks on behalf of the host country, Austria. Distinguished, I give the floor, here we are. Thank you, Madam. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, Director General, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, let me congratulate you and the all newly elected members of the Bureau and assure you of our full support. I also would like to express Austria's gratitude to the last Bureau for its valuable work, in particular to His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Metzgani from Tunisia and his colleagues for their relentless efforts during the often difficult negotiations. Austria fully supports an effective multilateralism with the UN as its center. We think that UNIDO's mandate is more important than ever. And let me thank especially Director General Gerd Müller to have given UNIDO a new dynamic to lead the organization in these challenging times. In order to fulfill this important mandate, also the guidance by member states is crucial. Given the strong tradition of adopting by consensus, close cooperation is needed. We hope that the discussions we are going to have will be based on the commitment to support and guide UNIDO wisely at a crucial point in time. Austria fully aligns herself with the statement of the European Union, which will be read out during the discussion. We would like to highlight and add the following. Concerning Ukraine, we refer to the EU statement and welcome UNIDO's immediate action for the country and the organization's plans to contribute to the reconstruction. In this UNIDO framework, Austria is proud to support the creation of small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as the economic empowerment of women and youth in Western Ukraine for inclusive and sustainable recovery. This year's title of this General Conference is Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow. Austria welcomes the UNIDO operational strategy for digital transformation and welcomes UNIDO's commitment to close the digital divide. At the same time, we think that technology development has to remain centered on human interests, as UNIDO discussed with representatives of the Vienna Manifesto on High Digital Humanism, the City of Vienna and of the Institute of Electrics and Electronic Engineers, and is laid out in the Poysdorf Declaration, signed by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Austria, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia. Under the slogan, Progress by Innovation, UNIDO is focusing its work on 3 priorities: to end hunger, to support sustainable supply chains, and to bring forward climate action. We support the focus on these priorities and therefore grateful that Armenia has proposed a draft resolution on UNIDO activities related to environment, energy, and circular economy, referring, amongst others, to the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. The forum has taken place at the beginning of this month and gathered more than 2,300 participants from many different sectors to discuss strategies to favor an energy transition for the benefit of all and leaving no one behind. We encourage UNIDO to bring in some of its results into the discussions at the COP28 and appreciate Director General Müller's personal engagement to promote new technologies to further climate change mitigation, like UNIDO's initiative to promote green hydrogen in industry. Austria also supports the global network of sustainable energy centers and regional centers for renewable energy and energy efficiency. We think They are very positive examples of regional cooperation to bring forward a transition to sustainable energies and therefore contribute to mitigate climate change. We further welcome that Bangladesh has proposed a draft resolution on UNIDO's activities related to agribusiness, trade capacity building, and job creation, and to support in this way sustainable supply chains, equally important topics. We think it is important to develop better integrated regional and global supply chains and thereby facilitate fair participation in the economic profit supporting a prosperous income base without destroying natural or social environment. And of course, Austria supports the initiative on a resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women tabled by Mexico and Norway, and welcomes UNIDO's new operational strategy for gender equality and the empowerment of women for the period of 2024 to 2027. As many studies have shown, gender equality and empowerment of women are important drivers to increase GDP and the wealth of all. According to studies, SDG 5 will not be reached in time if we do not implement stronger measures to support gender equality and empowerment of women. Let me further thank the countries that nominated candidates as external audits for the period of July 2024 to June 2026. Madam President, let me thank through you Director General Dr. Gerd Müller. We appreciate his work in leading the organization. We have followed the restructuring process and the manifold activities to promote the organization in order to even better fulfill the mandate. We can only encourage Director General Müller and all UNIDO colleagues to continue on this path. Madam President, as a member state and as the organization's host country, Austria will continue to fully support the Director General and UNIDO in fulfilling its important mandate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Distinguished colleagues, allow me to thank again Ms. Kraus-Winkler for being with us today during this opening ceremony and for a statement on behalf of the host country. Thank you, Madam, for your words. I have the honor to inform you that the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has addressed a message to the conference in writing. I will now read it out. I am pleased to send greetings to the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. You are meeting at a time of great tension and turmoil in our world. Amidst escalating conflicts, widening inequalities, and worsening climate chaos, progress on sustainable development goals is slipping into reverse. UNIDO's unique mandate makes it a pivotal actor supporting countries to tackle this crisis and advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development, leaving no one behind. Sustainable industrialization and green infrastructure are critical to boosting employment, building resilience, and realizing a just energy transition. Innovation is essential to equip countries with the means and know-how to leverage new technologies and harness the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution. Through all this and more, UNIDO is helping shape a future of peace, prosperity, and opportunity for all. I thank you for your vital efforts and wish you a successful General Conference. I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for sharing this important message with the General Conference of UNIDO. Distinguished delegates, before I give the floor to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, I invite you to watch a short video to set the scene for our work in the coming 5 days.
Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow.
And now, I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, President Lebre, President outgoing President Megan. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome so many high-level delegates, heads of governments, ministers, ambassadors from 172 member states today. I warmly welcome you to the 20th UNIDO General Conference here in Vienna. It is impressive that many of you came to Vienna to attend this General Conference in person. We are delighted to have you here. This underlines the importance of UNIDO for their countries. As a special guest of honor, I greet the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed. It is a special pleasure and honor for UNIDO and the conference. Thank you for participation, Excellency. From Asia region and G77 and China, I welcome the China International Trade Representative and Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Mr. Wang Shuwen. Welcome. Representing Latin America region, the Minister of Production of Peru, Her Excellency Ms. Ana Maria Chocohanca da Villanueva. Welcome. And as speaker from Central Asia, we are honored by the presence of His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Anamamedov from Turkmenistan. I'm particularly pleased to welcome two new member states to the UNIDO family. Palau joined at the beginning of the year and South Sudan in the summer. We are honored today to welcome here the Foreign Minister of Palau, His Excellency Mr. Gustavo Aldairo. That was a very long journey for him, about 35 hours. We are proud that 172 countries are now members of UNIDO. Ladies and gentlemen, a short review. 2015 was the year of hope and a new beginning. The world committed itself to the 2030 agenda, aiming to create a world without hunger and poverty, to end the inequality between the rich and the poor. Additionally, in 2015, you remember, the world committed to the Paris Agreement, pledging to limit and combat climate change. 8 years later, 2023, now, where do we stand today? Poverty, hunger, and injustice continue to increase worldwide. 10% of the wealthy people in industrialized countries own 80% of the wealth. Climate change is advancing and CO2 emissions are on the rise. What are the challenges today? The COVID-19 pandemic, wars and their consequences, and climate change hit the poorest and the poor in the global south hardest. Even so, they are not responsible for these issues. These countries struggle with the impacts of climate change, even in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in Latin American countries, including an energy and food crisis, rising food prices, high costs for energy and fertilizer, resulting in dramatic inflation and in a debt crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for a new global contract between the rich and the poor, a new world future contract. More global solidarity is needed. We need to rethink global economy. We require new rules for globalization, fostering a fair globalization with development opportunities for all. Industrialized countries must fulfill their promise, contracts and commitments. Specifically, the 0.7 target must be mandatory. Countries spending 2% on defense should at least be willing to allocate 0.7% to development cooperation. Climate change is a matter of justice. Necessary is a new global burden-sharing mechanism. A worldwide Green Deal is required. The question of the century is how to daily provide food and electricity to the more than 3 to 5 billion people in the global south. How to offer hundreds of millions of people a future job and better living conditions. We all must consider that the world population grows by 250,000 people every day, 250,000 people today. And that means 80 million people every year. Africa is set to double its population by 2050. And these people, they need food, energy, jobs, and infrastructure. The world community must provide answers to these challenges. There's a deficit in political action and will. We stand at a tipping point in history. Necessary is a fundamental change in politics, in economy, in global cooperation. To take a first step would be possible next week at COP28. Industrialized countries need to agree on new mandatory rules that they must follow to meet climate targets. Think about G20 are responsible for 80% of CO2 emissions in the world, 80%. 54 African countries responsible for 4%. It involves establishing a new financing system for investments in developing countries. Developing countries need an economic perspective. SDG 8 calls for decent work and opportunities for all, assuming an annual growth of at least 77% economic growth, like today in Ethiopia. 7% economic growth. This can happen, and it requires certain important decisions. Debt relief for all least developed countries, access to the international financial system and substantial investments. To reach the SDGs, be open and clear, to reach the SDG, not billions, trillions are necessary. But what is the reality? Currently, LDCs have almost no access to the financial market and pay interest rates of 10 to 15% for loans. In contrast, industrialized countries support their economies with trillions after the pandemic and the consequences. They support their economies with trillions, while simultaneously reducing global investments in development cooperation. This is unacceptable. In addition to achieving the 0.7 target, it is essential to implement mandatory regulations for fair global supply chains. Two examples illustrate how unfair global trade today is. In the countries of the global south, especially Ethiopia, 150 million people work in the production of coffee and tea around the world. Workers on plantations receive a wage of 15 cents per hour. I visited some of these plantations in Latin American, in African countries and spoke with the workers. The price for 1 kilogram of raw coffee beans is about 50 to 70 cents. And in Vienna, the cost of 1 kilogram of coffee is then 12 to 15 euro. Where does the value addition remain? We need a reversal of this system, emphasizing local added value and fair wages for farmers on site. Another example, textile production. A pair of jeans produced in Ethiopia or Bangladesh costs $5 to manufacture and is sold in Vienna for $50 or $150, from $5 to $150. Where does the value addition remain? The value addition does not stay with the women in production in Bangladesh or Ethiopia, as their earnings are as low as 50 cents per hour. This is exploitation within global supply chain. We can and must change this. A world without hunger is possible, and dignified world for all is our mission. UNIDO is your partner for fair value chains, collaborating with the WTO and ILO. UNIDO is also your partner for sustainable industrialization, innovation, and access to energy for all. Many projects aim for these objectives. However, more investments are needed, as only 2% of global investments in renewable energy currently flow into developing countries. Everybody speaks about this. especially at the COP28. But only 2% of global investments in renewable energy currently flow into developing countries. And only a few hydrogen projects are implemented there. UNIDO is your partner. We are part of a global alliance for hydrogen. Hydrogen for developing countries is the goal. UNIDO is also your partner for food security in agro-tech processing industry. In collaboration with many member states and countries, we implement projects to increase agricultural productivity. Ethiopia, Prime Minister Abiy, is a good example for this. The government, led by Abiy Ahmed, focuses on progress through innovation. Ethiopia has tripled wheat yields in the last 3 years, transforming from an importer to an exporter. This development is also possible for rice, millet, corn, and other products. China, Minister, and many Asian countries have successfully taken this path, lifting hundreds of millions of people the last 50 years out of poverty over the past decades. So, ladies and gentlemen, the good news is that today we have the technologies, the knowledge, and the money is there to achieve the SDG goals. What is lacking is the political will to create the conditions for all in the world. UNIDO is your project partner, but also your voice in the global community. Therefore, I urge the industrialized nations present here today to do more, to live up to their responsibility. This is not about charity. It's about a fair partnership for a shared future. We all must understand, no global challenge, and hunger, climate change, no global challenge can be resolved without investments in the future of people in the global south. Ladies and gentlemen, you elected me as the Director General 2 years ago. I have taken on this task with joy and determination. We have reformed UNIDO, making it leaner, more efficient, and more effective. Our priorities are clear. Progress by innovation with new investments, technology, and knowledge transfer through projects and partnerships in cooperation with you. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, 2022, you know we face challenging budgetary circumstances, and therefore it is a particularly significant success that we have managed to increase TC implementation by 25% in 2023. 25% in 2023. This is my goal even for the next year. An important issue, we are making steady progress on gender equality and the empowerment of women. I would like to thank Ms. Ugas for her work on our new gender strategy. We have strengthened our regional approach and defined clear regional strategies. I thank Ms. Haidara for her work. We have adopted the action plan for Latin America. My goal is to increase our TC portfolio there in Latin America, also to strengthen, important message, headquarters with senior management positions for Latin American staff members. Where's the applause from the Latin Americans? Thank you so much. In Southeast Asia, we will continue our work on flagship initiatives such as industrial decarbonization, sustainable cities, and e-mobility. In Eastern Europe, we have signed new partnerships agreement with emerging donors. And with African countries, you know, we start a lot of new partner programs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy and grateful. During the General Conference, new agreements will be agreed upon, including flagship projects with China, Saudi Arabia, Germany, Japan, and others. Austria initiated our Ukraine platform. Thank you for this, with support by Germany, Japan, Czech Republic, Italy, Japan, Scandinavian countries and Switzerland have strengthened their programs with UNIDO. While I cannot mention each individually, I would like to thank you all. The European Union has selected UNIDO together with ITC as the main partner in the implementation of the 200 million program to support the African continental free trade area. The United Kingdom, not member state, I'm very proud about this, is now our partner in the implementation of a 80 million project in the field of climate protection. Thank you so much. Many member states and international organizations like CEF, Green Climate Fund, Montreal Protocol will expand their partnership with UNIDO, for which I'm very grateful. My special thanks also go to my leadership team. Mr. Zhu, DDG Yasunaga, DDG Haidara, Managing Director Bega, Chief of Cabinet Pelikan, Head of Office Matyat, the whole ODG team, and the entire UNIDO team, both here and in the field. Only together we are successful. Ladies and gentlemen, we must act and work on solutions. And allow me to conclude with a quote from Nelson Mandela. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director General, for sharing these important thoughts with us. In the name of the General Conference, I commend you for your work. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to invite you to watch a short video before I give the floor to our special guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who will deliver a keynote speech. Thank you. Now I have the honor to invite the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, to address the conference. Mr. Premier, the floor is yours.
Madam President, my good friend Gerd Muller, Director General of UNIDO, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address you in this beautiful city of Vienna during the 20th General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. History has shown us that industrialization can lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The manufacturing sector, in particular, has emerged as a driver of prosperity, providing employment and fostering innovation in both developed and developing countries. Over the past 2 decades, the world of industry has been in a constant state of change due to digital transformation, an evolving geopolitical landscape, and the need for a green industrialization because of climate change. Industrial policies are the most viable strategies for accelerating Africa's economic growth. Our convening here today offers an opportunity to visit our shared commitment to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is endowed with abundant natural resources, including critical minerals and a dynamic youth population, which are essential for industrial productivity and transformation of the economy. Yet poverty remains to be among the most serious challenges, which entails placing Africa at the center of the global industrialization agenda. In Ethiopia, since 2018, we have embarked upon reforms rooted in a deep understanding of our potentials, challenges, and opportunities to expand our economy and accelerate poverty reduction. Our vision is to fully unlock Ethiopia's untapped potential in various sectors and to drive this growth through able institutions and highly skilled labor. Our pathway to prosperity follows a multi-sector growth approach to enable equitable development. Manufacturing remains a priority, particularly because of its close linkage with other sectors, such as mining, but also because it holds its own immense potential for scale, learning by doing, and acquisition of technological know-how. We are an entrepreneurial state that recognizes the private sector as the engine of growth and aim to harness our demographic dividend for productivity. Excellencies, allow me to share with you briefly the ingredients that comprise our reforms. First, we've been making deliberate policy shifts aimed at boosting productivity in all sectors and creating a conducive investment and business environment. Our homegrown economic reform agenda introduced macro-financial, structural, and sector reforms aimed at liberalizing key economic sectors such as telecom and banking, fostering private sector investment, enhancing external competitiveness and productive capabilities. The establishment of Ethiopia's Sovereign Wealth Fund has helped reorient public enterprises to a commercial focus and enabled a strong partnership with the private sector. We have strengthened our adaptive industrial policy making by establishing a free economic zone in order to be more agile in the face of a changing world. Second, we've been investing extensively in multi-sector growth sources under our homegrown economic reform pillars of agriculture, industry, tourism, ICT, and mining. These investments have translated into noteworthy achievements, including increased agricultural productivity, the emergence of a growing mining sector, robust momentum in the digital economy, and notable flagship destination initiatives in the tourism sector. The intensified production of strategic commodities like wheat, coffee, and avocado, alongside promising measures for substituting edible oil and rice production, are pivotal elements in Ethiopia's pursuit of food self-sufficiency. Over the past 5 years, we have managed to raise our total farmed area from 15.3 million hectares to 22.9 million hectares, with vast amount of land for crop production still available for cultivation as we continue expanding on our potential in the agricultural sector. The digital economy is making substantial progress driven by the implementation of foundational elements such as a digital ID and payment systems and the establishment of the Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute that focuses on research and development of solutions in our priority sectors. In the industrial sector, we have brought into operations 12 large-scale industrial parks in which textile and garment industries are flourishing, including the introduction of 3 new integrated agro-industrial parks. Ethiopia's leather and leather products industry is also sizable, while chemical and construction input processing, in addition to manufacturing technology and engineering, offer great potential as import substitution industries. The latecomer advantage for countries like Ethiopia is that we can do industry development right. Ethiopia's net zero and climate resilient development strategy enables us to make our economic development priority compatible with climate commitments. Which brings me to the third point of green growth and clean energy. We firmly recognize that sustainable industrial development must not come at the cost of environment or the well-being of our people. Harnessing the potential of renewable energy sources to power our industries is our priority. Through our national energy policy and the energy efficiency strategies for various sectors, the government is committed to building a climate-resilient green economy by expanding electricity generation from clean energy sources. Ethiopia already generates 98% of its energy from clean sources. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam is Africa's largest hydropower plant, and Koisha is the third largest. We are expanding our wind, solar, and geothermal sources, and currently harnessing green hydrogen to support industrial growth. Nationally, Ethiopia has more than 60,000 megawatt potential from our diversified and abundant renewable energy resources. But reaching this capacity requires significant investments. On green growth, Ethiopia remains a leader on the continent in the practical approach to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Since 2019, we have been diligently planting trees to address our dual goal of food security and climate change mitigation. 32.5 billion seedlings have been planted in 5 years through the mobilization of more than 25 million citizens throughout the country annually. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that social development is a key foundation for our development goals. We have invested in education and skills development of our youth, equipping them with the capabilities needed in various industries and innovative economic sectors. Our approach is to be inclusive and equitable, benefiting all segments of our society, especially the marginalized and the vulnerable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ethiopia is a resourceful, resilient, and productive nation on a path to unlocking many of its potentials for inclusive and sustainable growth. Our multiple reforms have allowed us to double our GDP and our per capita income in 5 years. But one of the basic tools for sustainable economic growth and industrialization is the attraction of foreign direct investment. We've been hard at work creating a favorable investment and business environment to attract FDI. Yet further support is needed in matching the right investments to the right sectors. Similarly, skills and technology transfer are a center of Ethiopia's industrial development policy and practice. The jobs creation agenda is important to us, and it must be a joint agenda with countries in Europe and North America, which are main destinations for migrants. We have an abundant youth population that has increasingly become technologically savvy and skilled. We want to retain this talent in our country and on the continent. To do so, we seek the cooperation of developed countries in technology transfer, investments, and development financing. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that we firmly believe that by pursuing inclusive and sustainable industrialization and diversifying our economy, we can create prosperity, reduce inequality, and contribute to a better future for our people and the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for honoring us with your thoughts and presence at this conference. And now I have the pleasure to announce that Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, will deliver his speech through a pre-recorded video.
Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO, Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is an honor to address the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Let me start by applauding you for your stalwart focus on ending poverty and hunger and accelerating climate action through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. In today's era of compounding challenges, an inclusive and sustainable industry is central to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is clear, however, that at the halfway point, we have not sufficiently used every tool at our disposal, and we are far from realizing the promise of the SDGs. While we see evidence of this across the entirety of the planet, it is especially true for developing countries, in particular least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, which are perilously off track on achieving the SDGs, including the target of double manufacturing's share of GDP embodied in SDG 9. Nevertheless, I am firmly convinced that we still have time to rescue the 2030 promise. In these pursuits, we will need all hands on deck. International cooperation and partnerships will be key to creating shared progress and prosperity. When coupled with targeted investment and effective mobilization of resources, we only increase the potential for fair globalization, sustainability, and development. We must think beyond the comparative advantage. We must ensure the positive impact of sustainable industry extends beyond economic growth. This means embracing more sustainable business models. It means prioritizing renewable energy in the industrial transformation mix to bolster climate actions. And with demand for food set to double by 2050, it means doing much more to end hunger and improve both food safety and food security. By harnessing the power of science and technology, we can open avenues for job creation, productivity, and greater entrepreneurship, particularly at the local level, and critically, for women. Indeed, when women thrive, progress is unleashed across communities and entire societies. This, in turn, incentivizes investments that foster diversification and build resilience to a host of external shocks, from natural disasters and adverse climate impacts to export price volatility and global economic turbulence. In these endeavors, UNIDO's role in facilitating knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and training and capacity building is absolutely crucial, and I commend you for maintaining high-impact delivery of these services. But the organization cannot undertake this foundational mission alone. I urge all stakeholders to seize the opportunity presented by the General Conference to refocus on innovative solutions that will carry us through to a more sustainable path. From farm to fork, from factory to finished product, let us ensure the benefits of sustainable industrial development reach us all. I wish you a productive 20th session, and I look forward to the transformative outcomes of your deliberations. I thank you.
We thank Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. And now it's the turn of Ms. Paula Narvaez, President of ECOSOC, who will intervene as well through a pre-recorded video.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to address the 20th General Conference of UNIDO in my capacity as President of the Economic and Social Council. It is a pleasure to join you today as you prepare to discuss important topics under the overarching theme of fair globalization, innovative solutions for the industry of tomorrow. I welcome UNIDO's unwavering commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrial development, a mission that has grown increasingly vital as we aim to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The 2023 SDG Progress Report tells us that global manufacturing growth slowed from 7.4% in 2021 to 3.3% in 2022 due to inflation, energy price shocks, supply disruptions, and global economic deceleration. At the same time, energy-related carbon emissions reached a record high of 3.8 billion metric tons in 2022. And while medium-high and high-technology industries experienced strong growth in 2022, there was significant regional variation, with sub-Saharan Africa sharing in only 21.7% of total manufacturing. LDCs are likely to miss their 2030 target of doubling manufacturing share of GDP. The SDG Summit Political Declaration reaffirmed member states' shared commitment to the vision of the 2030 Agenda, including actions to achieve affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, sustainable industrialization, and quality, resilient, reliable, and sustainable infrastructure for all. Through sustainable industrialization and inclusive industrial policy, we have the means to generate economic growth and address critical socio-economic needs while safeguarding the health of our planet. Exploring innovative solutions that support sustainable supply chains, limit climate breakdown, and contribute to ending hunger are integral to this objective. Excellencies, let me take the opportunity to thank the Industrial Development Board for its important contribution to the review of SDG 9 at the 2023 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. I also thank UNIDO for its inputs highlighting ways in which SDG 9 can boost key SDG transitions. Your contribution is now more relevant than ever. I look forward to strengthening our collaboration, and I invite UNIDO to contribute to the work of the Council during its 2024 session as we seek innovative solutions to reinforce and advance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and eradicate poverty in a time of multiple crises. I particularly encourage UNIDO to actively participate in the 2024 coordination segment at the end of January, the multi-stakeholder Forum on Science, Technology, and Innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals, and the operational activities for development segment in May, as well as the 2024 HLPF and the high-level segment of the Council in July. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the Summit of the Future, we must reflect on those critical and ambitious actions that would have a transformative impact. I look forward to hearing the outcomes of this General Conference and to engaging with you all in 2024 and beyond. I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you.
We thank Ms. Paula Narvaez, President of ECOSOC, and now I have the pleasure to give the floor again through a pre-recorded video to Ms. Mia Amor Matlai, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and Public Service, and Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados.
Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring you warm greetings from the people of Barbados as you meet during this 20th session of the General Conference of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I wish to convey special thanks to Director General Muller for this invitation to address you all. I thank him for his vision for UNIDO, encapsulated in the motto, Progress by Innovation, which gives agency to adapt to global challenges and to meet the needs of all members, particularly the most vulnerable states who rely on multilateralism and multilateral organizations like UNIDO to provide that seat at the table and that voice in the decision-making. As we gather here, we do so on the eve of COP28. But my friends, regrettably, the planet and its people have already reached a critical point in the battle with the climate crisis. The decisions we make today will directly influence how this world evolves and how life on this one planet that we have continues. The world, my friends, is burning. It is flooding, it is drying out, it is freezing. We are quite literally in the midst of a crisis, and only deliberate course correction can help us get back on track. We know what needs to be done. Cut down on the dependence on fossil fuels, especially until there is decarbonizing technology that can make it viable. Create new pathways to renewable energy, which must be part and parcel of our future. And equally, benefit from the green transition because in order to have the green transition, there must equally be the financing and the industrial development to produce all that we need to transition. And as we have the mechanics to achieve this, we can do it only if we truly commit to the reform of the international financial architecture as we have set out in our Bridgetown initiative. If we can fund important envelopes like the Loss and Damage Fund, if we can modernize multilateral institutions such as the United Nations to make it once more representative of today's reality in today's nations, if we invest in people and processes to save a world crumbling under the weight of man's inhumanity to man. Yes, I believe we can do it if we reach the SDGs, and if we build a development base infused by clean technology, transfer of knowledge, retention of value, and all that we can in the developing countries, rather than just simply the extraction of raw materials. And of course, strong, robust, reliable, accessible value chains. The climate crisis and humanitarian challenges that we're confronted with demands institutions to act as pillars of consensus building and conduits of capacity building. And that is where UNIDO has had a critical role to play, not only contributing to the attainment of the SDGs, but in helping us achieve this through sustainable industrial development. The reality is that many of the most vulnerable countries in the world are facing multiple crisis points. In addition to the climate crisis, vulnerability, and high indebtedness that we see, many of us are at the mercy of the shifting global supply chains. We saw it during the pandemic. For small countries that produce little and import much, a network of transparent and cost-effective value chains is critical if we are to stem issues like food insecurity, shortage of critical goods such as the vaccines and medicines in the pandemic that I just referred to, and indeed inputs that are needed to embrace the digital revolution fully. This is why one of the main outcomes of the UNCTAD 15 conference, which was hosted by Barbados, was the need to launch a global supply chain forum to put this issue on the global agenda. To that extent, the government of Barbados is partnering with UNCTAD to host this important forum from May 21st to May 24th next year, 2024, in our country, Barbados. We invite all of you to attend, to partner, and to contribute, and we clearly see a central role for UNIDO. The flip side of addressing supply chain resilience is to build the industrial and entrepreneurship capacity in our countries so that we can counter an over-reliance on external value chains. UNIDO's work in this area, including in creating and supporting industrial zones underpinned by bolstering local productive capacity, attracting investment, and promoting innovation, it is crucial. There are opportunities to work with us in the field of innovation and design, with a focus on life sciences, including by supporting the strategy of Barbados as a bio-island, as led by our export agency, Export Barbados. With Bio-Island, we seek to create a platform for sustainable industrial development. Food security and supporting the livelihoods of our people also remains a challenge. To this extent, our Caribbean community, CARICOM, has launched an initiative that is committed to reducing our import food bill by 25% by 2025, investing in the modern industrial base underpinning the agricultural sector to ensure that it is adapted to new climate realities, using cutting-edge research and technology, and indeed producing yields that meet global quality standards. These are all essential. This is why I call on UNIDO to increase its partnership base with other organizations such as FAO, UNCTAD, ITC, to drive strategic and impactful interventions in our countries. It is also why I request UNIDO to consider a dedicated presence in the Caribbean region, to work in tandem with the over 12 UN organizations already represented, for example, in my own country in Barbados in the region, and to truly administer transformational and demand-driven intervention. This week's high-level segment is an opportunity for reflection and, yes, a reset. The world is on fire, literally and figuratively. We need to change course. UNIDO and its member states have a major role to play. We need action, we need policy direction supported by financing, we need partnerships, we need compassion, we need opportunity for small countries to be seen, felt, and heard. We need to remember that we have but one world, and we remain its custodians. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Myanmar Matley, Prime Minister of Barbados, and now I have the pleasure to invite to the floor the Deputy Prime Minister, Vice Chair of the Cabinet of Ministers of Turkmenistan, His Excellency Mr. Baymirat Anamamedov. Mr. The floor is yours.
Good morning, President. Ladies and gentlemen, first, allow me to congratulate you, Madame Deborah Lepre, on your election to the presidency of the 20th session of UNIDO's General Conference. I wish you and your team every success. I would also like to thank the DG of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, for his warm welcome, as well as attention paid to cooperation with Turkmenistan and efforts to hold this and other events, supporting our joint work in various areas. I am also pleased to wish a very warm welcome to our participants, all participants of this conference. I wish us every success. Ladies and gentlemen, I would note that this conference is relevant and is in step with the promising plans of Turkmenistan in construction and industry, making people's lives better in Turkmenistan, further industrialization with the use of state-of-the-art technologies. These are the priorities of our national program. It is implemented constantly bearing in mind the people, and with the support of the national leader of Turkmenistan, the Prime Minister Halk Mahdi, as well as the distinguished president. In the national programs in the capital of Turkmenistan, residential buildings are being built to house hundreds of people. They are comfortable and well designed. They are using frontline technologies to ensure that people live well and can relax in their homes. Upon the initiative of the second president this year, in one of the most picturesque parts of our country, a smart city was established called Arkadag. We're pleased to note that during the opening ceremony of this smart city in Central Asia, the Deputy Director General of UNIDO took part, Mr. Sing Zongqiao. He was pleased with the architectural features of this smart city. As a result of the planned implementation of the targeted strategy of the President of Turkmenistan, industry is being built so as to offer locally sourced goods as well as goods for export. Transport and social infrastructure are improved, as well as the offerings for residential buildings and the construction industry, including creating a production industry for construction, drawing on raw materials from our country. We are seeing life becoming increasingly more dynamic in the country through broad-scale social and cultural projects, as well as those in production and energy. We're creating modern systems for land, sea, and air, as well as car transport. Projects in the power or energy sector have brought Turkmenistan to the front lines of energy-efficient countries across the world, not just providing users with a solid and constant supply of power, but also exporting energy to neighboring countries. Amongst the plans for this sector, we are betting on sun and wind power, building transforming simple cycle power plants to combined ones with sun panels as well as windmills. We are transforming the western regions of the country. Using this energy will also mean a drop in our use of natural gas, transferring to more green forms of power and conserving the environment. With the use of solar panels, we will be improving power supply as well as creating jobs and bringing power and energy to hard-to-reach regions in a green manner. We are achieving this through cooperation as well as local efforts. Cooperation with international organizations such as the Asian Bank for Development, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Islamic Bank for Development, the UNESCO, as well as UNIDO and other solid partners. As headed by our second president, as well as the distinguished president of Turkmenistan, many projects are being carried out. As a result of these, we are scaling up our construction sector. We always stand ready to cooperation on equitable footing with other countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, with this short statement, I've hoped to give you an overview of our country's achievements and the development of the construction and industrial sectors in the country. Also outlining possible areas of cooperation. We stand ready to cooperate with all those interested on equitable footing in cooperation that is beneficial for all. We have a legislative framework for this to ensure that foreign investment is safe and have created conditions conducive to productive work. In conclusion, again, I wish us all every success in attaining the noble goals of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, His Excellency. It's now, I have the honor to give the floor to Mr. Gustav Aitaro, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of Palau. Mr., the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, Director General, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. Please bear with me as my statement will be as long as my journey that brought me here, as Director General has stated earlier. Director General, Madam President, distinguished Excellencies and colleagues, Ali, and on behalf of His Excellency President Tsurang Whips Jr., I bring warm tidings from the Republic of Palau to this gathering this afternoon. At the outset, Director General Mueller, please allow me to convey that it was our pleasure and privilege to have received your esteemed Representative, Mr. Stein Hansen, in Palau a few weeks back, where we had keen discussions with our President, the activities and potential partnerships between Palau and UNIDO. We are further appreciative that you allowed us the privilege to have him as a member of the Republic of Palau's delegation to the 52nd Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting held in the Cook Islands 2 weeks ago. This is a testament of partnership and commitment between UNIDO, Palau, and the members of this esteemed organization. Distinguished Excellencies and colleagues, Palau is a small and developing state nestled amidst the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. I would like to underscore the importance of inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly in the context of our nation's unique biodiversity and resource limitations. Palau is home to an extraordinary array of ecosystems. We are small, yet we boast a rich marine life, lush forests, diverse terrestrial habitats. This biodiversity is not merely a source of natural beauty, it is the foundation of our culture and traditions, and therefore our way of life, as well as the basis of our economy. As a small island developing state, our resources are finite, and we must ensure that our manufacturing practices are in harmony with our environment. In Palau, industrialization, like in other small nations, has not followed the path of large-scale, resource-intensive factories. Instead, we have embraced a model of homegrown manufacturing, one that is rooted in our traditional knowledge and skills, and that respects the delicate balance of our ecosystem. This approach has allowed us to develop small-scale industries that are both economically viable and environmentally sustainable. We reproduce handicraft products from local materials, such as coconut oil, shells, and wood. We also cultivate organic produce in fisheries processing and raise livestock using traditional methods. The Palauan homegrown manufacturing approach has several advantages. It creates employment opportunities for our local communities, promotes the preservation of our cultural heritage, and minimizes our environmental impact. However, it also presents challenges, particularly in terms of scaling up production and meeting national market demands. I would like to take this opportunity to quote our President, His Excellency President Whips, where he quote, "We want to strengthen and diversify our economy and move to one that is more resilient and secure. We look forward to working with UNIDO as we forge a path to provide and protect based on a sustainable blue economy." Your Excellencies, this is where UNIDO's expertise can come into play. UNIDO can provide us with the technical assistance and support we need to enhance our homegrown manufacturing capabilities in the areas of fisheries, aquaculture, renewable energy, transportation systems, and economic digitalization, while ensuring that our practices remain sustainable. With UNIDO's help, we can expand our production, improve product quality, access new markets, all while safeguarding our precious biodiversity. Excellencies, as we move forward, Palau remains committed to pursuing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We believe that this approach is essential to our economic prosperity, our environmental sustainability, and our cultural preservation. We stand ready to collaborate with UNIDO and other partners to share our experiences and lessons learned. We are a committed small island developing state seeking to balance economic growth with environmental protection. Thus is the very mandate of UNIDO that really strikes the heart of the Palauan people and our esteemed President. Gopal Masulang, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. And now it is the time to pass the floor in a pre-recorded video again to Mr. Jan Borg, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. So we pass the floor to this pre-recorded video.
President, Director General, Excellencies, colleagues, and distinguished delegates. I congratulate you, President, on your election. I am confident that through your able guidance, this session of the General Conference will be a success. Let me assure you of my delegation's full support. This is the first General Conference with you, Director General Gerd Müller, at the helm of UNIDO. Like your predecessors, you are a strong advocate for innovative energy sources and technologies as the foundation for all development and progress. As you rightly point out, this approach is crucial not only for the protection of our climate and global public goods, but also for the transition to a new, sustainable, and equitable global growth and globalization model. While Malta fully aligns with the statement delivered on behalf of the EU, I wish to add some comments in our national capacity. Yes, we fully agree with your perspective, dear Director General, on promoting new technologies and knowledge sharing for worldwide solutions, as well as the need for a new Green Deal, coupled with increased investment, particularly in African countries. Under your leadership, DG Muller, we call for fair and sustainable supply chains and competitive green economies. Planet Earth has been waiting a long time for this change. And with COP28 approaching in a few days, we urge all participating delegations to step up their efforts and implement crucial changes. Malta has always believed in the benefits created by shared economic visions. We firmly believe that UNIDO plays a vital role in this equation through its value-added assistance, and therefore the establishment of an equitable society enabling all to benefit from the wealth created by sustainable industrialization is at the core of UNIDO. However, it's imperative that we translate our words into tangible actions. The urgent need to implement the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and transforming the coming years into a decade of action in this regard cannot be overstated. Building upon our commitment to sustainable development and green economies, Malta is eager to expand its strategic engagement in Africa, aligning it with our national strategy and our shared goals with UNIDO. Malta-based enterprises are poised to enhance their role in Africa, a vision that resonates with Malta's strategy for Africa 2020-2025. Their current engagement in research, bilateral trade, and investment is commendable and sets a foundation for deepened collaboration. Malta's proactive stance in contributing to solutions and promoting policies for growth is pivotal as we seek to expand our engagement with Africa, a continent brimming with opportunities. We affirm our commitment towards gender equality, emphasizing the equal participation of women as a cornerstone in shaping inclusive employment prospects. By championing women in leadership with UNIDO, we are not only adhere to our principles, but also exemplify them. In conclusion, Malta strongly reiterates its support for UNIDO as the agency most suitable for providing its members with necessary tools, guidance, and expertise to sustain equitable growth whilst ensuring that no one is left behind. I thank you.
So thanks to Mr. Jan Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. And now I give the floor again through a pre-recorded video to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tunisia, His Excellency Mr. Nabil Ahmar.
السيدة الرئيسة، السيد المدير العام الموقر، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتوجه إلى السيدة ديبورا لوبري، الممثلة الدائمة لجمهورية إيطاليا، بأصدق عبارات التهنئة بمناسبة انتخابها رئيساً للدورة العشرين للمؤتمر العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية، مؤكدين مساندتنا الكاملة لها في مهامها ومتمنين النجاح لأشغال هذا المؤتمر. وأود أن أعرب عن فائق تقديرنا للسيد جيرد ميلر المدير العام لليونيدو ومساندتنا للجهود المحمودة التي ما فتئ يبذلها في إطار المهام الموكولة للمنظمة. ولا يفوتني أن أعبر عن جزيل الشكر للسيد المدير العام ولأمانة اليونيدو والدول الأعضاء لما وفروه من دعم ومساندة ساهم في إنجاح رئاسة تونس للدورة 19 للمؤتمر العام للمنظمة من 2021 إلى 2023. السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أتوجه إليكم بكلمتي هذه بمناسبة انعقاد الدورة 20 للمؤتمر العام لليونيدو، وأن أجدد حرص بلادي على مواصلة التعاون من أجل تحقيق الأهداف السامية لهذه المنظمة الأممية العريقة، اقتناعا منا بدورها الأساسي في إقامة نظام دولي أكثر توازنا وعدالة يعزز التنمية والسلم والأمن في العالم. السيدات والسادة، إن بلوغ أهداف التنمية المستدامة لسنة 2030 والسعي لتحقيق عولمة عادلة تقوم على حلول مبتكرة وشاملة لصناعة الغد يستوجب منا العمل معا لمجابهة التحديات المشتركة على غرار اتساع الفجوة الرقمية وأزمتي الغذاء والطاقة وتفاقم أعباء الديون وأزمة المناخ، والتي زادتها الأوضاع الجيوسياسية العالمية تعقيدا. وفي هذا السياق تثمن تونس مبادرات اليونيدو وأنشطتها وبرامجها، وتشيد بالمجهودات التي تبذلها من أجل تحقيق تنمية صناعية مستدامة وشاملة في الدول النامية والأقل نموءا، بما يسهم في دعم جهود هذه الدول للقضاء على الفقر والمزيد تمكين الشباب والمرأة والفئات الهشة، خاصة في المجال الاقتصادي. كما تدعم بلادي ما ورد في توصيات المدير العام لليونيدو بخصوص الأنشطة المتعلقة بالتعاون مع البلدان متوسطة الدخل وحول إعداد استراتيجية اليونيدو التنفيذية للبلدان الأقل نمواً للفترة 2022-2031 من أجل دفع عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية عبر توفير فرص العمل ورفع مستويات الدخل وتطوير البنى التحتية وتنمية القدرات والتعليم ودعم القدرة التنافسية للمنتوجات المحلية وريادة المشاريع ونقل التكنولوجيا والصناعات الذكية والابتكار والاقتصاد الأخضر والطاقات المتجددة، مع المحافظة على بيئة سليمة من خلال الفصل بين النمو الاقتصادي ونضوب الموارد الطبيعية والتلوث. السيدات والسادة، تعتبر التنمية الصناعية من أهم ركائز الاقتصاد التونسي، حيث يلعب هذا القطاع دورا هاما من حيث عدد المؤسسات الصناعية 4936 مؤسسة صناعية، ومن حيث طاقته التشغيلية 528,927 موطن شغل. وقد أقدمت تونس الاستراتيجية الصناعية والتجديد في أفق سنة 2035، والتي نطمح من خلالها إلى تحقيق نموذج تنمية متجدد وطموح وشامل ومستدام، علما وأن مجهودات الحكومة التونسية لتنمية الصناعة تندرج ضمن منظومة شاملة ومتكاملة أساسها ضمان الأمن الغذائي من ناحية وتحسين جودة حياة المواطن التونسي وتوفير فرص عمل قادة للشباب من ناحية أخرى. ويرتكز هذا التوجه بالأساس على عدة عناصر، من أهمها دعم القدرة التنافسية للنسيج الصناعي وتطوير الأنشطة الواعدة وذات المحتوى التكنولوجي الرفيع واستحداث نسق الاستثمار وتحسين البنية التحتية والتكنولوجية والإحاطة بالمؤسسات الصغرى والمتوسطة خاصة بالجهات الداخلية، وخلق المزيد من مواطن الشغل لا سيما لفائدة حاملي الشهائد العليا، مع تعبئة الموارد المالية اللازمة لتجسيم هذه التوجهات في إطار التعاون الثنائي ومتعدد الأطراف ومع القطاع الخاص. السيدات والسادة، أود أن أشيد بالجهود المشتركة بين تونس واليونيدو لمزيد تطوير التعاون بما يتماشى مع أولويات بلادنا التنموية، لا سيما من خلال تعزيز التعاون الفني مع مكتب المنظمة بتونس الذي يسعى لمعاضدة جهود الحكومة التونسية لتطوير القطاع الصناعي، وذلك عبر إنجاز حزمة هامة من المشاريع وبرامج مشتركة كللت بنجاحات نموذجية. نذكر منها بالخصوص مشروع تعزيز دخول المنتجات الغذائية المحلية إلى الأسواق العالمية، ومشروع تنمية سلاسل القيم بالصناعات التقليدية، ومشروع تسهيل تشغيل الشباب في القطاعات المنتجة من خلال ريادة الأعمال في المناطق الداخلية، ومشروع الصناعة 4.0 لتعزيز تشغيل الشباب في تونس. السيدة الرئيسة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، في الوقت الذي ينعقد فيه مؤتمرنا هذا تحت شعار البحث عن عولمة عادلة تنعم فيها البشرية بالرخاء والازدهار والتنمية، يرزح أكثر من 2 مواطن فلسطيني في غزة المحتلة، نصفهم من النساء والأطفال، تحت نير ظلم وهمجية عدوان صهيوني غاشم حارم الرضع والأطفال والمرضى والشيوخ من أبسط مقومات الحياة البشرية الكريمة، ودمر بيوتهم ومدارسهم ودور عباداتهم ومستشفياتهم، وقضى على أسس البنية الاقتصادية، ولاحقهم في أماكن نزوحهم وملاجئهم التي لم تسلم من القصف العشوائي بشتى أنواع الأسلحة بما في ذلك تلك المحرمة دوليا. وإنما يرتكبه الكيان المحتل في فلسطين من جرائم حرب وإبادة جماعية مكتملة للأركان تفاقم السجل الدموي للمحتل، يمثل خرقا صارخا لكل مواثيق والأعراف الدولية ومبادئ القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني. وإزاء خطورة هذا الوضع تدعو تونس المجتمع الدولي إلى تحمل مسؤولياته الأخلاقية والقانونية والتاريخية والإنسانية لحمل الكيان الغاصب على الوقف الفوري لعدوانه الغاشم على المدنيين الأبرياء والعزل في غزة، وتيسير دخول المساعدات الإنسانية إلى القطاع دون عوائق أو شروط، ورفع الحصار الجائر على الشعب الفلسطيني وتمكينه من استرجاع كافة حقوقه المسلوبة منذ أكثر من 7 عقود، لا سيما حقه في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولته المستقلة ذات السيادة الكاملة على أراضي وعاصمتها القدس الشريف. السيدة الرئيسة، أسمحوا لي في ختام كلمتي أن أؤكد دعم تونس لاحتضان المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة للدورة 21 للمؤتمر العام لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية سنة 2025، معربين عن يقيننا بأنها ستكون علامة فارقة في تاريخ المنظمة على درب تحقيق تنمية صناعية عادلة وشاملة ومبتكرة تأخذ بعين الاعتبار للتطورات الهائلة التي يشهدها عالمنا على المستوى التكنولوجي واستعمال وسائل الذكاء الاصطناعي. وشكرا لكم على حسن الاستماع.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Amar. I give now the floor to the Minister of Production of Peru, our special guest, Ms. Ana Maria Choquanca. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas.
Very good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank Gert Müller, Director General of UNIDO, Ms. Deborah Lepre, Italian Ambassador and President of the 20th General Conference of UNIDO, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, ladies and gentlemen, representatives and delegates. Firstly, allow me to express my thanks for the invitation to make my first statement before the plenary session of the 20th General Conference of UNIDO at this high-level segment. The topic chosen for this conference, which is Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow, is, with no doubt, completely relevant, bearing in mind the series of events that we have seen happening one after the other across the world. We have borne witness to how the COVID-19 pandemic affected us all, and we are still witnessing its consequences in the economy and in the social sphere as well in all of our nations. In my country alone, COVID resulted in the loss of over 700,000 businesses on a national level, increasing poverty to levels similar to those seen a decade ago. Added to this, we have the conflict in Ukraine, the immediate effect of which was the disruption of supply chains for food products due to increasing costs of raw materials and the reduction in supply, in particular when it came to fertilizers. This had a significant impact on agro-industry and family farming, in particular among the most vulnerable. Around 2.5 million producers. Furthermore, the crisis in the Middle East, the climatic and economic crisis within this post-pandemic context means we need to think about how we can find solutions that are more comprehensive and inclusive in the face of these socio-economic effects of the successive global crises, bearing in mind that we need to achieve tangible results that benefit our populations. In Latin America, after having had a significant economic restart after overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic, indeed from 2022, we are still in a process of economic reactivation, but we cannot deny the impact on an international and domestic context that this has left us with. However, we are working hard to promote sustained and inclusive growth in our industries, offering productive development programs for micro and small enterprises that can boost economic growth and employment. If we add to this the consequences of climate change in our region, we've seen climate disasters such as intense and unusual precipitation, floods, landslides, drought, and these all have consequences in terms of health, means of survival, food security, water supply security, biodiversity, economic growth, etc. In this context, Peru, which is one of the least polluting countries on a global level, is unfortunately one of the most affected.
However, this does not reduce our ambition when it comes to the commitments we've made. Prevention and planning have occupied an essential role in government policies to deal with the El Niño phenomenon, which is affecting the most vulnerable as well as the booming fishing industry. And so I would like to take this opportunity to make a call that we reiterate our commitment to fight against climate change, and that in the framework of the upcoming COP28, we assume our responsibility to drive global climate action in this critical decade to achieve the goals set in Paris. Furthermore, I would like to make a call to donors who play a crucial role when it comes to achieving the Agenda 2030, for them, in the context of COP28, to support the full functioning of the Damage and Loss Fund as a result of the climate crisis, and to double resources funneled into climate adaptation by 2025, as well as to contribute to developing innovative solutions that allow us to tackle the consequences of climate change. This brief reminder of what has affected all countries to varying measure means we need to rethink in innovative solutions, designing and recreating alternatives that are applicable to our realities, the realities that we're seeing in Latin America, and facilitating collaboration between the public sector, academia, and the private sector. Coordination is key to promote a business climate and to fortify the productive growth in our industries. Therefore, I would like to highlight innovative technological and specific solutions that have been designed for the energy and climate problem, presented at the recent International Forum in Vienna on Energy and Climate, organised under the auspices of UNIDO, the International Institute for Analysis of Applied Systems, and the Austrian government. These solutions were developing the hydrogen industry to decarbonise industry and meet our demand for clean energy, the use of nuclear energy as one of the cleanest and most efficient forms of energy, the use of space and artificial intelligence, which is already contributing to the production of solar energy, the reduction of carbon emissions from highly polluting industries such as cement, initiatives to improve quality and use of soil, carbon capture in geological repositories, and finally, replacing plastics. Recent studies have shown that industrial policies in Latin America should be oriented towards a green transition that prioritises technical changes, generating new quality employment and reducing the region's environmental footprint. In this line of ideas, UNIDO plays a relevant role in areas such as eco-industry, the circular economy, and climate change, promoting policies, technologies, and practices that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, becoming a powerful tool to protect the environment, achieve our climate goals, and at the same time, speed up sustainable economic growth in all countries. Industrial transformation, sustainable industrial transformation, is necessary, and UNIDO's accreditation and recognition to work with resources from the Global Environment Fund and the Multilateral Fund for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol should be highlighted. Furthermore, the transformation of our production matrix requires a combination of policies in fields such as investment, foreign policy, science, technology and innovation, training and capacity building, with particular attention paid to MSMEs. It's also essential that we adopt policies aimed at closing the gap in infrastructure, transport and energy sectors, both in an urban and rural setting. We all know that economies that are mainly concentrated on the productive sector, particularly the primary sector, as is the case for Peru and many other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, these economies have lower potential for growth, but are also more vulnerable to changes on an international context. This is why we need to support the process of sustainable and inclusive industrialization in all countries, including in middle-income countries, as these are relevant players on the global economy. The development of these countries has a positive impact on global economic growth, economic and financial stability, environmental protection, and increasing social well-being. So I would like to make a call on partners in international cooperation to incorporate these structural issues into the development agenda, as these are what many of the calls are coming for from middle-income countries. I would also like to invite UNIDO to continue leading in promoting innovative cooperation patterns to support all of those developing countries, including middle-income countries, to effectively achieve the SDGs, leaving nobody behind. Finally, it's important that I mention the role of businesswomen, who in my beloved Peru head up over 1.3 million MSEs, and which are concentrated in almost 49% in the manufacturing sector. Gender equality and empowerment of women are key aspects when it comes to their inclusion in industrial development. This requirement is noted when it comes to analysis of rights, but needs to be looked at in the economic sphere as well. I would like to recall that women make up approximately 50% of the global population, which is why we really need to incorporate women as a driver of development and production in every country. Before I wrap up, I'd like to state that for Peru, UNIDO is a strategic partner, mainly for its historic contribution to designing and creating public policies linked to productive development in both an urban and rural setting. This has allowed us to work hand in hand with the ministry that I lead, having a real impact on the life of our citizens. So once again, I welcome this invitation to participate in this high-level panel, and I would like to once again state Peru's commitment to achieve actions and policies that encourage the industrialization of the country. We mustn't forget that industry generates employment and generates wealth for the well-being of all countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias, señora ministra Ana María Choquehuanca. Gracias. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Mr. Wang Zhuwen, China International Trade Representative and Vice Minister of Commerce of China. Excellency, the floor is yours.
谢谢主席女士，尊敬的莫洛总干事，尊敬的各国政府代表女士们、先生们。首先，我代表中国政府对公发组织第20次大会成功召开表示热烈的祝贺。最近几年，莫勒总干事领导公发组织克服各种挑战，积极推动落实2030年可持续发展议程，中方对此高度赞赏。今年是中国加入公发组织50周年，50年来，中国高度重视工业发展，与公发组织合作完成了400多个项目，涉及到工业、贸易、环境保护众多领域。中方积极与公发组织一道，向发展中国家分享中国的工业化经验，包括推广小水电规划、建设和营运标准，助力非洲及其他国家开发清洁能源，取得了积极的成果。今年是中国改革开放45周年。1978年，中国开启改革开放历史进程。2001年，中国加入世贸组织。至此，中国对外开放的大门越开越大。中国已经成为世界第1贸易大国，成为全球最具吸引力的投 投资目的地之一。中国已经与29个国家和地区签署了22个自贸协定。中国对世界经济增长的贡献力，最近每年都达到30%以上。在过去的3年，中国经济克服疫情困难，每年增长4.5%。今年中国经济前3季度增长5.2%。中国共产党20大提出推进高水平对外开放，中国将持续推进市场机遇更大、规则对接更好、包容更强的开放。今年是习近平主席提出共建“一带一路”倡议10周年。在过去的10年里，共建“一带一路”从理念到行动，已经成为深受各方欢迎的全球公共产品。在过去10年里，中国与“一带一路”共建国家的货物贸易总值达到了19.1万亿美元，每年平均增长6.4%。中国与共建“一带一路”国家的双向投资累计超过3800亿美元。这次的公发20次大会主题的关键词是公平、全球化、创新，这与中国倡导的新发展理念高度契合。在此，我愿意与各位分享以下建议：第一，共同推动高质量共建“一带一路”。上个月，习主席在第3届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛上指出了中国将进一步高质量共建“一带一路”的8项行动，这其中有很多与公发组织的优先发展领域一致。中方愿意与公发组织携手努力，围绕着8项行动，建设更多的小而美项目，开展跨境电子商务、贸易单证数字化、可再生能源等领域内的能力建设。第二，共同拓展数字经济和绿色发展的新机遇。近期呢，中方与34个国家共同发布了数字经济和绿色发展国际经贸合作框架倡议。未来，中国将与各参与方在这一框架之下，开展大数据、人工智能、光伏、氢能等前沿领域的合作。同时，中方呼吁发达国家向发展中成员切实转让数字技术和低碳技术，弥合数字绿色发展鸿沟。第三，共同加强新兴领域标准推广对接。标准对接将促进世界互联互通。中国积极推进标准化开放，国际标准的采标率已经超过80%。中国愿意与各方积极推进绿色低碳领域内的标准一致化合作，包括在新能源汽车、5G 通信技术等等，愿意帮助其他发展中成员推进标准互联、产业互通，加速工业化进程。第四，共同构建开放、包容、公平、非歧视的贸易投资环境。当前，一些国家搞脱钩断链、去风险、单边制裁，破坏全球产业链、供应链稳定畅通，这危及到广大发展中国家的工业化进程。中国将继续旗帜鲜明地坚持真正的多边主义，反对单边主义和贸易保护主义。中国支持世贸组织第13届部长级会议在阿联酋取得成功，特别是我们支持恢复2级审理的终端解决机制，坚决杜绝强权 及真理。主席女士，习近平主席在2021年9月提出了全球发展倡议，这对实现2030年可持续发展目标具有重要的意义。工业化是全球发展倡议的重点合作领域，也是公发组织和各国的共同目标。中方愿意与各方合作，共同推动倡议的落实，建设一个不让任何国家、任何人掉队、共同发展繁荣的世界，构建人类命运共同体。祝愿本次大会取得圆满成功。谢谢主席女士，谢谢大家。
Thank you. Thank you. His Excellency, thank you for your statements. Having had the honor and the pleasure of hearing these statements providing such vital contribution to our debate, may I, on behalf of all participants, thank them for having graciously accepted this invitation to be with us today and to participate in the high-level segment of this conference during the open ceremony. So, thank you on my and all behalf. Thank you all. Thank you. So I just ask for 1 minute for technical reasons, interpreters. So I ask the gentle representative to stay in the room and give us 1 minute technical reason. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, with this, I declare the opening ceremony concluded, and we go through on. Distinguished delegates, I now have the honor to open the general debate. I would like to thank the interpreters for their flexibility to extend our deliberation this morning until around 1:30 p.m. And I would also like to inform that the high-level luncheon for invited delegates will therefore take place at that time. As per established practice, delegates are urged to limit their intervention to a maximum of 10 minutes for regional groups and 5 minutes for member states. So I now turn to the first speakers on my list, the distinguished representative of Pakistan, His Excellency Aftab Ahmed Koker, on behalf of G77 and China. Here you are.
Ambassador Deborah, I have the honor to deliver this abbreviated version of the statement of the Group of 77 in China. The full statement will be published on the UNIDO website and the G77 website. On behalf of the Group of 77 in China, I congratulate you, Madam, on your election as President of the 20th session of the General Conference of UNIDO. I also congratulate all other members of the Bureau on their election. The Group is confident of a successful outcome of this session under your able guidance and leadership, and would like to assure you of our full support. The Group also takes this opportunity to thank the outgoing President of the 19th session of the General Conference, Ambassador Mohammed Mazghani, former permanent representative of Tunisia, and members of his Bureau for their outstanding work during the previous session. The Group also wishes to thank the Director General for his opening remarks and to convey its appreciation to the Secretariat for its hard work in organizing this General Conference. Madam President, at present, global economic recovery continues to encounter more difficulties, and the achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is faced with multiple, increasing, and interlinked challenges around the world. In this regard, the Group recognizes the unique role UNIDO plays in facilitating inclusive and sustainable industrial development within the United Nations system, and reaffirms the importance of UNIDO's contributions towards accelerating the achievement of SDG 9, especially within developing countries. The Group requests UNIDO to continue its activities in this regard through innovative and transformative policies that build resilient infrastructures, facilitate job creation, reduce poverty, stimulate economic growth, promote digitalization, and create decent jobs in developing countries, especially for women, youth, and other persons in vulnerable situations in accordance with national policies and regulations. The Group urges UNIDO to continue enhancing cooperation and mobilizing all necessary resources to facilitate capacity building, technical assistance, transfer of technology, and the provision of financial resources that would contribute and complement national efforts of the developing countries towards industrialization and to better enable them to take advantage of new and emerging technologies. In this regard, the Group encourages UNIDO to mobilize resources and explore all possible avenues, particularly in the context of South-South cooperation, by facilitating access to and making good use of financial support for global development. The Group also has followed with keen interest the continued implementation of programs for country partnerships and country programs, and acknowledges the relevance of utilizing these programs to further enhancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development in developing countries. The Group urges UNIDO to continue expanding both PCPs and CPs to other members of the Group upon their request. The Group takes note of the program and budget proposal for the biennium 2024-2025 in line with the principles of results-based budgeting. Group expresses its appreciation for the amendments made to the initial program and budget's proposals to consider the circumstances of member states while maintaining the quality of services provided, especially in the field of technical cooperation. The Group also takes note of the 17% increase in the implementation of technical projects in 2022 and welcomes the announcement of Director General to achieve technical cooperation to up to 25% for the biennium 2024-2025. In this regard, the Group calls upon UNIDO to strengthen its technical cooperation regarding promoting industrial parks, developing industrial policies, developing MSMEs, and reduction of unemployment, promoting industrial decarbonization, green hydrogen, and other renewable resources of energy, circular economy, digitalization, and innovation. The Group further requests UNIDO to enhance relations with key development partners to foster innovation through provision of technology transfer, especially building the capacity and technical cooperation to complement domestic industrial priorities together with sustainable financing. The Group further notes the report of the Director General on the reform of the UNIDO field network, which is aimed at making the field offices more relevant and accessible to member states, and welcomes the regional briefings conducted by the Secretariat in August this year, which provided an opportunity for member states to familiarize themselves with and contribute to this important undertaking. Madam President, the group expresses serious concern with the implementation of the principle of equitable geographical representation and low level of representation of professional staff from developing countries in UNIDO, particularly at the senior management level. The group calls upon the Director General to address this concern and requests the Secretariat to report to the 52nd session of the Industrial Development Board on the implementation of this principle, the achievements made so far, and the proposals to improve the current representation of member states in UNIDO. We recognize that digital and green transition represents two major trends in global economic and social transformation and important drivers of economic growth, with their coordinated development contributing to the economic, social, and environment dimensions of sustainable development. We support the efforts of UNIDO to help businesses, including MSMEs in member states, to actively participate in the digital and smart upgrading of traditional industry and play an important role in policy advice and training and the transfer of technologies to help foster a favorable environment and empower persons in vulnerable situations. The group welcomes the endorsement of UNIDO strategies in response to climate change during the 51st session of the Industrial Development Board and requests the Director General to continue working with member states in developing the action plan of this strategy at the earliest. The group supports that the strategy and its action plan shall be guided by the low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development principle, and enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and coordination of UNIDO's activities in support of member states' climate priorities related to the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The group would like to seize this opportunity to stress the importance of the Loss and Damage Fund established during COP27, held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, in November 2022, and emphasizes the importance of finalizing the funding arrangements ahead of COP28 to be held in the United Arab Emirates. In this regard, the group calls for the fund's early capitalization and operationalization. The group welcomes the activities undertaken by UNIDO to promote circular economy and to assist member states upon their requests in developing and implementing their strategies in this regard, and requests UNIDO to increase these activities. Madam President, the group highlights the role of inclusive and sustainable industrial development to overcome poverty and advance from extractive economies to knowledge-intensive, more productive, and sustainable economies. This vision of industrial development includes the closing of technological gaps, the promotion of effective and efficient supply chains for regional and global integration, and the strengthening of capacity building and sustainable jobs. The group emphasizes the importance of gender balance and gender equality and the empowerment of women in line with national laws and within the context of ISID, and in this regard welcomes UNIDO's program and activities undertaken in the developing countries. The group encourages the Director General to allocate sufficient resources to ensure the achievement of the GEEW related results and targets. The group calls upon the Director General to continue working at the draft UNIDO operational strategy for gender equality and empowerment of women 2024-27 and requests full consultations taking into account the views of member states, and to submit the draft strategy for the consideration of the Industrial Development Board at its 52nd session. The group supports UNIDO in developing the implementation plan in consultation with member states to expedite the execution of the operation strategy for the least developing countries strategy 2022-31 in synergy with UNIDO strategy for Africa 2023-2025 and other relevant UNIDO strategy frameworks and policies to foster global solidarity and international cooperation. The group welcomes the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's offer to host the 21st session of UNIDO General Conference in Riyadh in November 2025. The group is confident that the Kingdom has the expertise, skill sets, resources, and infrastructure to host such a conference. We therefore extend our support to Saudi Arabia's bid and call upon all member states of UNIDO to accept the same with consensus. Madam President, in conclusion, The G77 in China is confident that this conference will provide us with an opportunity for constructive discussions that address the main challenges of the organization faces in fostering ISID in member states, especially developing countries. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear colleague, Permanent Representative Ahmed Koche. I thank you also for your encouragement and the call on me to rely on you all. I will do that. I really count on you and everybody for exercising for the best of the result of this general conference. I will do so. Thank you. So now, I was just checking with my perfect assistants here in order to get if everything is all right with our special interpreters. I think it is. So we go on with the next speaker, and I have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency, the Permanent Representative of Mexico on behalf of GRULAC, so Mr. Luis Javier Campuzano Pina. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Distinguida señora Presidenta.
Distinguished Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative at Italy, on behalf of Distinguished Gert Müller, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Permanent Mission for GRULAC in Vienna, I would like to congratulate you on your election and offer our support so that under your leadership we can work together to achieve agreements ensuring that we have a successful 20th General Conference. 57 years on since the founding of this UN specialised agency, its mandate of helping developing countries to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development is not only still incredibly relevant, but also requires greater effort given the multiple crises and factors that are affecting our economies. The group would like to thank Director General Gert Müller for his management over the past 2 years and for his openness to dialogue with member states. And we hope that UNIDO will consolidate leadership that it needs within the UN system when it comes to promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialisation in harmony with SDG 9. Furthermore, GRULAC is closely monitoring the reform process initiated by the Director General, aiming to strengthen the organisation's efficiency. And we'd also like to thank the Director General for continuing informing the membership about any progress made when it comes to this. The group would like to note the reform and distribution of staff in the organisation, in particular when it comes to leadership roles. And we believe that these should have good geographical representation and achieve gender parity. When it comes to this, Latin America and the Caribbean is underrepresented, and so we call for dialogue mechanisms with the leadership to be open and strengthened, at least having a director or managing director coming from our region in this context. So we are firmly in line, therefore, with the principles underpinning this session. In this context, GRULAC countries would like to underscore the region's interest for UNIDO's work to incorporate the gender perspective, both when it comes to staff and projects and actions carried out under its mandate. And so we would like to express our full support for the resolution presented both by the permanent missions of Mexico and Norway, entitled UNIDO, Incorporating the Gender Perspective and the Empowerment of Women. The group believes that this topic and this resolution should remain at the heart of the organisation's agenda, given the inescapable relevance that women's full participation have when it comes to achieving UNIDO's mandate. Furthermore, GRULAC welcomes the setting up of a group of friends for gender equality and the empowerment of women in UNIDO, launched on the 28th of June 2023. We urge member states to consider joining this group and strengthening its goals. President, GRULAC would like to highlight the importance that our region places on UNIDO, and that this is constantly reflected in our active and constructive involvement in all activities of the organisation. Moreover, the countries that make up GRULAC are convinced that achieving UNIDO's goals is crucial when it comes to making progress with the complete and effective implementation of Agenda 2030 and to achieve the SDGs, in particular SDG 9. In this context, the group would like to reiterate its call to the Director General of UNIDO to pay attention to the challenges that the Latin America and Caribbean faces, and to continue strengthening actions aimed at knowledge transfer, capacity building, and South-South cooperation programs in our region. While geopolitical challenges in various corners of the world are a real barrier to industrial development, they also throw up opportunities to do things differently, to adopt more sustainable and inclusive industrial processes, placing priority on the challenges of poverty and inequality with a gender perspective and respecting the environment. This is all key so that UNIDO programs and projects respond to specific challenges and characteristics of middle-income countries as well as in a regional context. GRULAC has prioritised 6 areas on a regional level that were identified by our countries in our high-level regional conference, SDG 9, Progress Through Innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, which was held in Panama in October 22, and the plan of action stemming from these 6 priorities. The group recalls that in the regional conference held in Bogota in March 23, we agreed on an action plan with specific actions for all of these priority areas. We urge the Director General to strengthen efforts when it comes to supporting work that has been prioritised by Member States from the region in order to structure a follow-up process, allowing us to identify resources and alliances between the private sector, academia, and traditional and non-traditional partners to carry out these actions that have been identified. The GRULAC, as part of the SDG Accelerator 9 initiative, has highlighted activities carried out as part of this which have allowed us to integrate the region and exchange experience between Member States. We hope that this initiative has sufficient human and financial resources to continue and make it sustainable. We urge the Secretariat to incentivise participation of more actors on this platform, including the academia, private sector, civil society, to enrich our work together and to exchange information and to help with sustainable and inclusive industrial development. GRULAC is open to dialogue on various mechanisms and means of participation for members and non-members of UNIDO in cooperation projects that strengthen the organisation's technical assistance. In this context, we would like to highlight that GRULAC places special importance on strengthening value chain, closing technology gaps, development of the pharmaceutical industry, Industry 4.0, a just energy transition, and a transition towards a circular economy, as well as decarbonisation of industrial development in line with national commitments made by our states, which are in line with the Paris Agreement. President, GRULAC would like to invite the Director General to make UNIDO a global centre where we can discuss and create up-to-date industrial policies that benefit our citizens with an inclusive and sustainable focus, all based on best practice, revising processes where necessary, and uniting efforts with international agencies and organisations, as well as regional ones, with common goals. And therefore, states that make up GRULAC would like to express our availability to the Director General to continue with dialogue and supporting initiatives that strengthen UNIDO's capacity when it comes to ensuring the priorities and needs of our region are met, as well as all Member States. We are sure that working together we can make significant progress towards a more prosperous, fair and inclusive future for all. President, the group welcomes the increase in technical projects by 17% on a global level. while observing with concern that there was a decrease in technical cooperation for the region, which went from 16.9 million in 2021 to 13.4 million in 2022. We would like to reiterate our request for support for development of actions leading to the design and implementation of projects and initiatives that are needed to make progress in priority areas in our region, which are in line with those of UNIDO and the SDGs. Finally, we would like to reiterate our willingness to continue working hand in hand with UNIDO and its Director General, seeking concrete and practical solutions to current global challenges through inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And thank you also for having raised some of the possible outcome of this General Conference, for example, the resolution on gender. I really count on everybody's efforts to reach good compromise and common ground on that and get it delivered. Now I have the honor to give the floor to our permanent representative, His Excellency Mr. Philibert Abaka Johnson, on behalf of, from Ghana, on behalf of the African Group. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, on behalf of the African Group, I would like to congratulate you, Your Excellency Deborah Lipri, on your election as President of this 20th session of the UNIDO General Conference, as the organization celebrates its 57th anniversary. The group would like to assure you of its full support. The group takes this opportunity to express its appreciation of the efforts of the outgoing President of the 19th General Conference, His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed Begzani, former permanent representative of Tunisia, as well as his bureau. The group further extends its appreciation to the Director General and the entire UNIDO Secretariat for the excellent arrangement for this conference. The African Group aligns itself with the statement delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Ahmed Koka, permanent representative of Pakistan, on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Madam President, the African Group expresses its appreciation to the Director General, Gerd Müller, for his opening address, which highlighted crucial activities undertaken by UNIDO to deliver on its mandate of promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, as well as its vision regarding the future of the organization. In this regard, the group underscores the importance of the country programs and program for country partnerships as some of the reliable mechanisms for attaining UNIDO's mandate. In recognition of the significance of CPs and PCPs in advancing ISID, the group calls for continued expansion of these programs in Africa. Upon the request of member states, the group encourages UNIDO to intensify its efforts to ensure adequate resources are mobilized to sustain and enhance these mechanisms. The group further encourages the Director General to continue nurturing partnerships through South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation to facilitate transfer of technology and enhance capacity building in industry-related areas in Africa. In this respect, the group takes this opportunity to also underscore the pivotal importance of forging innovative partnerships with the private sector and international financial institutions. The African Group expresses its gratitude for UNIDO's contribution to the collective effort of tackling pressing global issues affecting the world today, including rising inflationary pressure, the slowdown in global production, climate change and food insecurity, These challenges have constrained the collective aspirations of African nations striving to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The African Group expresses its appreciation for UNIDO's commitment to aligning its efforts with regional strategies. Most notably, we acknowledge UNIDO's unique role and dedicated efforts in supporting the alignment of the industrial plans of African member states with the goals of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Recognizing that fortifying production systems, refining skills, sharpening policies, and fostering regional supply chains are indispensable for intra-African trade and regional advancement. Madam President, we are proud of the strides made towards the implementation of IDDA 3 and reaffirm our support to UNIDO as a primary agency mandated by the United Nations General Assembly to spearhead the realization of the objectives of IDDA 3. The group commends the progress made through diverse initiatives, including technical assistance activities, collaborative efforts, and hosting of IDDA 3-themed global forums. The group commends UNIDO for building partnerships with the African Union Commission and other African intergovernmental organizations to operationalize all these important initiatives. The group welcomes the UNIDO Strategy for Africa 2023 to 2025, which provides a guiding framework to facilitate coordination and resource mobilization for the successful implementation of the IDDA 3 Action Plan and other initiatives. Madam President, the group welcomes the program and budgets for the biennium 2024-2025, which is characterized by results-based budgeting principles, and commends the Director General for his commitment to increase delivery of technical cooperation activities up to 20%. The group offers its full support for the Director General's reform initiatives. However, the group wishes to express its concerns over the reduction in the organization's professional staff, which may hinder UNIDO's capacity to pursue its mandate and meet increasing demands for technical cooperation from member states. In this regard, the African Group strongly urges the expeditious recruitment of professional staff, taking into account underrepresented regions, particularly the African continent. Madam President, the African Group acknowledges the urgency of reforming the United Nations development system and accelerating the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals 2030 to address the priorities of African member states. Accordingly, the African Group welcomes UNIDO's commitment to decentralize and strengthen its offices in Africa and urges the Director General to continue prioritizing the filling of vacant UNIDO representative positions in Africa. Furthermore, the group calls upon development partners and stakeholders to contribute to the revamped UNIDO Innovation and Transformation Fund as an innovative and accessible mechanism for supporting the industrial development needs and priorities of African member states. The interrelated multiple crises across the world have curtailed progress towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this context, the African Group acknowledges UNIDO's pivotal role in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Africa by encouraging innovative industrial policies, construction of resilient infrastructure, job creation, poverty reduction, economic growth, and digitization, with a focus on empowering women, youth, and other persons in vulnerable situations. Madam President, the African Group takes note of the Director General's report on the reform of UNIDO's field work, particularly in the African region, and conveys its appreciation to Ms. Fatou Adara, Deputy Director General and Special Envoy for Africa for convening consultations with African member states on reforms in the field network. In this vein, the group encourages the Secretariat to keep member states informed about the progress on the reform initiative to ensure alignment with their needs and requirements. The group also welcomes the appointment of 2 regional representatives to the UNIDO field offices in Africa. The group acknowledges that rapid technological advancements, including digitization and artificial intelligence, present both opportunities and challenges in addressing development needs and calls upon UNIDO to continue promoting digital technologies, innovation, and artificial intelligence, especially for industries in developing countries with emphasis on digital and green transitions. The group also urges UNIDO to support businesses, including SMEs, in their transition to a digital industry. The African group reiterates the significance of incorporating circular economic principles into industrial activities and manufacturing systems through collaborative efforts with partners to expedite the attainment of the 2030 Agenda. In this respect, the African Group appreciates the commendable initiatives of member states in developing circular economy principles and policies, frameworks, and legal structures, and takes notes with appreciation of UNIDO's successful organization of the first round of global consultations on circular economy, which facilitated vulnerable knowledge sharing on best practices, innovations, and the adoption of circular economic principles across industries. We continue to urge UNIDO to develop and implement a circular economy work plan that will ensure that these principles are mainstreamed in the organization's programs and activities in the pursuit of inclusive and sustainable industrial development in member states. Madam President, the group welcomes the endorsement of UNIDO's strategy in response to climate change at the 51st session of the Industrial Development Board and requests the Director General to continue working with member states in developing an action plan for this strategy as soon as possible. The group is of the view that a strategy and its action plan shall be guided by the low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development principle and will enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and coordination of UNIDO's activities in support of climate priorities of member states related to the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The group would like to seize this opportunity to stress the importance of the loss and damage fund establishment during COP27 held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in November 2022, and of finalizing the funding arrangements ahead of COP 2028 to be held in the United Arab Emirates. In this regard, the group calls for the fund's early capitalization and operationalization. Madam President, despite the ongoing strides in socio-economic development in Africa, major challenges of underdevelopment, unemployment, inequality, and poverty still exist. The fact that 33 out of the 46 least developed countries are located in Africa underscores the urgency of addressing these issues. The African Group reiterates the urgent need for UNIDO to intensify its arrangement with African nations, particularly LDCs, with tailored technical assistance, capacity building, and advisory services to meet their specific developmental needs. The group welcomes the positive outcomes of the 10th LDC Ministerial Conference, which emphasized the continued collective determination to address the urgent challenges faced by the LDCs. In this context, the group continues to urge international partners to provide enhanced and sustainable support to developing countries and LDCs towards the achievement of their industrial developmental objectives. The group encourages UNIDO to develop in consultation with member states, an implementation plan to expedite the execution of the operational strategy for the least developed countries, 2022 to 2031, which will be in synergy with UNIDO strategy for Africa 2023 to 2025, to foster global solidarity and international cooperation. Madam President, to conclude, the African Group is confident of your able leadership and wishes to assure you of its cooperation and to assure you that assure that we have fruitful deliberations and a successful general conference. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you for being confident on my leadership. I will do my best to be à l'auteur. And thank you for having raised so many important elements, and last but not least, the pivotal role of UNIDO in and with Africa. So that's for sure a point that we will have here on the table. Now I have the pleasure and the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to UNIDO, on behalf of the European Union, Mr. Carl Christian Hallegard. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, Prime Ministers, Ministers, Director General, Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The following countries align themselves with this statement: North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Norway. Allow me also to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election and the entire Bureau, and assure you of our full support. We are gathered in Vienna today under the motto, Progress by Innovation, to mark the 57th anniversary of the organization and to reflect on its achievements. As UNIDO's largest donor, the European Union strongly supports Director General Gerd Müller, your leadership, your work to reform the organization and reinvigorate relations with all its members and partners, including the European Union and its member states. Thank you very much, Director General. In the same way as our leaders reconfirmed the SDGs at the recent summit in New York, we reaffirm UNIDO's role today as a key UN organization mandated to support its member states in achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development in line with SDG 9 and in close cooperation with other UN agencies and stakeholders. The European Union underlines the urgency of climate action and the importance of an ambitious and forward-looking outcome at COP28 in Dubai. We strongly support UNIDO's new climate change strategy and call for an action plan and its speedy implementation to accelerate green transition worldwide. Regrettably, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has slowed down much-needed action on climate change and led to negative effects on energy and food security, especially in the global south. The European Union and its member states will continue to address food insecurity caused by Russia's war of aggression, including through the EU solidarity lanes. The EU is doing its best to help all countries affected by this war of aggression perpetrated by the Russian Federation. Madam President, the European Union expresses its gravest concern for the deepening humanitarian crisis in Gaza and calls for immediate pauses in hostilities and the establishment of humanitarian corridors so that humanitarian aid can safely reach the population of Gaza. The European Union is the largest international donor of aid to the Palestinians and has quadrupled its humanitarian assistance to Gaza in 2023 to over 100 million euros, and has also launched a humanitarian air bridge operation in aid to the people affected by this crisis. In line with the European Council conclusions of the 26th of October, the European Union re-emphasizes Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law and international humanitarian law. the European Union also reiterates the importance of ensuring the protection of all civilians at all times in line with international humanitarian law. Madam President, the European Union remains fully committed to Agenda 2030 and its UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Addis Financing Agenda, with a focus on the least developed countries. To demonstrate this and accelerate its implementation, the European Union has launched the Global Gateway Initiative, which is implemented through a Team Europe approach involving EU institutions, EU member states, development banks, financial institutions, and partner countries. Between 2021 and 2027, we will mobilize up to 300 billion euros of investments for sustainable and high-quality projects across the digital, energy, and transport sectors in Africa, Asia, Central Asia and the Pacific, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Director General, for attending our recent Global Gateway Forum. The Global Gateway helps partner countries tackle the most pressing global challenges, from climate change to improving health systems, bridging the digital divide, increasing transport and energy connectivity, education and research, and boosting competitiveness and security of global supply chains. This involves a focus on values, high environmental and labor standards, good governance, transparency, and sustainability in order to ensure lasting benefits for people and the planet. We are pleased to see that UNIDO's priorities are very much aligned with the Global Gateway, and we are therefore further strengthening our cooperation. New EU-funded UNIDO projects in the Southern Mediterranean and Africa are forthcoming for more than 60 million euros in the field of renewable energy, circular economy, SMEs, market access, food safety, and youth empowerment. Madam President, guided by the Lima and Abu Dhabi declarations, we must continue mobilizing the private sector to create decent work along the supply chain, especially in sectors that upgrade jobs and skills. The European Union supports UNIDO's role in the implementation of the third Industrial Development Decade for Africa in cooperation with other donors. The EU's Aid for Trade strategy contributes to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and helps partner countries better integrate into the global trading system. This will create jobs and reduce poverty, hunger, and inequality while contributing to resource efficiency, clean energy, and decarbonization of industry. And thank you, Director General, for mentioning this support and the role that UNIDO will play. Madam President, promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women is at the heart of EU policies. The EU finds it important that gender mainstreaming is systematically carried out throughout all UNIDO's programs and projects. UNIDO has made considerable progress under the UN System-Wide Action Plan, meeting or exceeding requirements in all 17 performance indicators but one in 2022. The EU welcomes the development of the new UNIDO strategy for gender equality and the empowerment of women and supports the draft General Conference resolution tabled by Norway and Mexico. In conclusion, Madam President, we reiterate our full support for your efforts to have a general and productive General Conference and look forward to engaging in an open and constructive dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Thank you for having raised also EU contribution and implementation approach, because we know that we have to pass from principle to results, and we know that UNIDO is a results-oriented organization. So thank you very much for that. And thank you also for your, for having underlined your confidence on my leadership as well. I will do again my best. And I really feel reassured by all your comments. So now I have the honor to give the floor to Mr. Alexei Gruziev, Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade from the Russian Federation. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Madam Chairperson, distinguished Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to extend greetings to the delegates to this 20th General Conference, and I'd like to begin by thanking the Director General and all colleagues from UNIDO for the excellent cooperation and the work carried out to build international cooperation for industrial development. The Russian Federation attaches great importance to its cooperation with UNIDO as the key UN agency for industrial development and a universal platform for dialogue between government, business and academia and science. We are now drawing up the results of the past 2 years of work, which have focused on various areas. We have had an increase in technical projects by 70%. We've launched 13 country partnership programs with 126 countries in the world. We've been providing technical assistance. We've also been focusing on priority areas such as cooperation, industrial development, modernization, development of trade, and promotion of new products on world markets, transfer of technology and innovation, transition to environmentally friendly technologies, and so forth. The Russian Federation is an active participant in UNIDO. We participate in programs and projects and finance them. This year, the Russian Federation is providing voluntary funding for 8 projects for its technical assistance in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, and Central Asia. Additionally, the Russian Federation is financing the activity of the Center for International Industrial Cooperation of UNIDO in Moscow. It focuses on carrying out the tasks of UNIDO and the Russian Federation. Today, the Russian industry is operating in an unstable external environment, as the industries of all countries are. However, thanks to the actions of the Russian government, we've managed to achieve stable growth. The industrial output index has increased by 3.3%. We've seen a 7% increase in secondary industry output. And in some areas, such as the automotive industry, we've seen growth in the more than 10%. Russia's industrial growth is taking place against a backdrop of a global slowdown. The positive trends in the Russian Federation are not just noticed by ourselves, but also by global analysts. The IMF has increased its estimate for Russian GDP by four times this year. The S&P Global Manufacturing PMI is now at the highest level since 2017. We are working to strengthen our economy and our industrial output. We have a number of priorities here. The first is to create the conditions for the launch of a new investment cycle. We've been working on this for the past few years. The second priority is to build the innovation potential of our industry. We are doing that by increasing support for transfer of technology and for research institutes. We are also focusing on increasing internal demand, domestic demand for locally produced products. We are building our industrial support measures. And we are also working on new export markets. All of these initiatives will lead to an increase in industrial output in Russia by, on average, 4%. This is the economic situation in my country, and I'm just talking about it in order to describe how the Russian Federation is making a very substantive contribution to addressing the challenges that were mentioned by our Secretary General. We share the conclusion in the UNIDO annual report to the effect that we need to focus on improving the efficiency of labor and automation. We have projects that are involved, that are seeking to carry out these objectives. We are seeking to achieve the digital transformation by 2030. I'd like to state that achieving technological sovereignty does not mean that we will be cutting ourselves out from the external world. We hope to continue our dialogue with our external partners and to build mutually beneficial cooperation. we are focusing on implementing international quality standards. In 2023, many countries opened up their markets to our products. We are also training foreign specialists, so we are open to continued cooperation with UNIDO, to dialogue, to exchange of skills and expert analysis on the various challenges that we face. We regret the attempts by certain countries to politicize the work of this organization. We reject the accusations against the Russian Federation. We will reserve our right to respond to any comments made during the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you for your intervention. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, the representative of Japan, Mr. Kaifu Atushi. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Die bringen wir noch durch. Die drei. Ja.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to begin with my congratulating Your Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre of Italy on your election as President of the 20th session of General Conference of UNIDO. I am convinced that this will be a successful General Conference under your able leadership, and I assure you of my country's full support. I also would like to extend my appreciation to the outgoing President, His Excellency Ambassador Mohamed Mezgani, former permanent representative of Tunisia, and his bureau members for their dedicated work. My appreciation also goes to Director General Miller and his team for their tireless effort to prepare and organize this important meeting. Madam President, Japan notes with appreciation that UNIDO maintains its high level of technical cooperation delivery and continues to play a meaningful role in achieving the Agenda 2030 and IDDA 3. Japan expects UNIDO to continue to play a meaningful role in this context, including in mitigating worldwide concerns over food security aggravated by Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and in helping Ukraine to overcome the devastation caused by this aggression. On the situation in Israel, Gaza, and West Bank, Japan unequivocally condemns the terror attack by Hamas and others. Improving the humanitarian situation, especially in the Gaza Strip, is now the top priority. In this context, Japan welcomes the beginning of the release of the hostages based on the agreement between Israel and Hamas. We commend the efforts of the related countries and the parties involved. When circumstances permit, we expect UNIDO to engage in a variety of support activities to the region within the scope of its mandate. Madam President, with regard to the cooperation between Japan and UNIDO, I would like to mention some projects. One has been recently launched in Ukraine, which will provide amputees with 3D printed prosthetics and promote job creation for them. In Africa, Japan continues to support industrial development in the continent. In Ghana, Japan is assisting the domestic agribusiness industry through the distinctively Japanese Kaizen initiatives. In Morocco, Uganda, Ethiopia, and South Africa, Japan is contributing to the diffusion of technical knowledge and know-how by promoting industrial vocational training programs using Japanese ITPO Tokyo. Madam President, Japan is ready to continue to work and engage in close dialogue with the Secretariat to advance all relevant reform efforts, such as the UN Development System reform, the operationalization of result-based management, resource optimization, and revision of the staffing structure. While facing financial constraints, Japan has joined the consensus to recommend the zero real growth budget proposal for the next biennium to support UNIDO. In this context, Japan requests the Secretariat to engage in further efforts to increase efficiency and effectiveness by optimizing the use of its resources, including staff costs, as well as to create further room for saving through the scrap and build approach. Regarding the flexibility of the budget, we commend the Secretariat's efforts to explain its proposal, including measures to ensure transparency and accountability. We are ready to continue the discussion in a constructive manner to introduce flexibility of the budget so that the Secretariat can respond to unexpected situations with agility while ensuring transparency and accountability to the member states. With regard to the financial sustainability, it is essential for UNIDO to strengthen its strategic communications to enhance the visibility of all its activities. Furthermore, we expect UNIDO, under the leadership of DG Mura, to lead a strategic and coordinated effort to re-engage with former member states. Let me conclude by reiterating our hope and belief that UNIDO continues to play a unique and meaningful role in the face of urgent global issues. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Excellency. And I will have the honor to give the floor to the Minister of Industry and Trade of Morocco, His Excellency Mr. Riyad Bizour. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Allow me first to extend to you, Ambassador Deborah Lemprey, Permanent Representative of Italy, on behalf of the Moroccan delegation, our warm congratulations for chairing the 20th session of this conference. Be assured of the full support and cooperation of my delegation. May I also congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO, for his tireless efforts and strong commitment to meeting the challenges facing our organization, as well as your substantial contribution to supporting developing countries in the process of industrialization. Thank you very much. My delegation associates itself with the statement of the G77 on China and the African group and wishes to make the following comments on its national capacities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our team, the team of the conference, Fair Globalization, Innovative Solutions for the Industry of Tomorrow, suitably reflects the collective aspiration of our times as we navigate the complexities of a rapidly evolving global landscape. The industry of tomorrow requires today heavy investment in innovative, sustainable, and inclusive technologies to propel our economies forward. In this regard, Morocco welcomes the UNIDO's effort for the elaboration of an African strategy that will provide a unified framework that guides its interventions, ensures a coordinated and scaled-up approach to inclusive and sustainable development, industrial development in Africa in order to achieve the sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, is deeply committed to being a part of this transformative journey, as well as to being a forerunner in driving innovation and sustainable development. This commitment is rooted in a clear vision that is really part of our new development model that recognizes the need for an equitable, resilient, and sustainable industrial growth. Indeed, our new development model stands as a beacon of adaptability and resilience, aiming to tackle socio-economic shifts and challenges head-on. It represents our journey for economic diversification, human capital development, social inclusion, and regional development. It is worth highlighting that facing global supply chain disruptions, Morocco has engaged its youth and entrepreneurs through supportive programs, urging them to forge innovative industrial solutions that enhance the Made in Morocco and the Made in Africa reputation. Similarly, Morocco has taken significant steps to drive innovation with the establishment of an IP marketplace, a platform highlighting Morocco's commitment to fostering innovation ecosystem where companies, entrepreneurs, and R&D institutions collaborate and contribute to move from made in Morocco products to invented in Morocco solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, UNIDO's projects in Morocco are comprehensive and fully aligned with our national objectives. The program for country partnership encompasses the development of industrial zones, agribusiness, Industry 4.0, circular economy, and decarbonization. The visit of the UNIDO Director General last year to my country and the signing of joint declaration reflect Morocco and UNIDO mutual dedication to industrial innovation and sustainability. It gave a new momentum to our partnership through the elaboration of an industrial decarbonization roadmap. I want to seize this occasion to invite the member states to support the implementation of this roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of severe drought, supply shocks, and successive crises, Morocco has demonstrated its exceptional resilience and its capability to be a model of poly-solutions to poly-crisis. Let us share with you some figures. Morocco is now the first car manufacturer in Africa and a worldwide leader fertilizer manufacturer, one of the most competitive countries worldwide in renewable energy. Morocco tripled its GDP in less than 20 years and ranked first among 141 countries in terms of inflation rate stability. Morocco has a remarkable export performance of the industrial sector, reaching 37 billion euros in 2022. Representing 87% of the value of our global export. 87% of the value of our global export are manufactured products. Additionally, Morocco is committed to continue to support UNIDO's mandate, programs, and initiatives aiming to accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Further to this commitment, and following the recommendation of the Africa Industrialization Index 2022, the Kingdom of Morocco proposes to host the African Industrial Observatory in order to share its experience in industrial statistics with other countries. We invite our international partner to endorse us in the African Industrialization Observatory initiative to create a ripple effect of knowledge and growth across the continent, deploying a new generation of South-South cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, engaging in conversation on fair globalization and sustainable industrial advancement, it is essential to recognize significant contributions in this area. In this context, Morocco is fully supporting Saudi Arabia's offer to host the 21st UNIDO General Conference in Riyadh in 2025. Selecting Riyadh as the venue reflects Saudi Arabia's vision to shift forward a diversified and technologically advanced economy as outlined in its Vision 2030. This move is a fair recognition to the country's potential to contribute significantly to addressing global challenges through innovative and sustainable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand ready to share our practices and learn from you. Let us unite our efforts to not only reach but exceed Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 9. Together, we can make equitable globalization a reality for our industry and for our people. I extend my gratitude for your attention and for the privilege to share Morocco's vision and ongoing commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And now I have the honor to give the floor to the State Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, Mr. Joachim Flassbart, on behalf of His Excellency, Mrs. Svenja Schulze, Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Lepre, and as others, I congratulate you to your election and assure you our full support. Director General, dear Gerd Müller, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Germany is a firm supporter of UNIDO and of our multilateral system in general. Just recently, my ministry approved a new concept of our multilateral cooperation. It is our deep conviction that more global public goods can be delivered via multilateral channels and that the multilateral system has more combined success than all other thinkable corporations in the world. Colleagues, this year we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of Germany's membership in the United Nations. And we are very proud to be such a long time part of the UN. Since Germany joined the UN, the commitment to multilateralism, to the UN Charter and to human rights have been cornerstones of Germany's foreign policy. Let me use this opportunity to underline this commitment and our tangible support for the multilateral agreed goals and principles, both as second biggest supporter of the UN system and as provider of ODA exceeding 0.7, the goal we gave us on the developed countries side. I'm happy to see the continuing progress at UNIDO, the key institution, UN institution, and the key driver of industrial development in the world. I want to applaud you, Director General Gerd Müller. This is your progress. It is a progress of your team. You promised when you were elected to modernize the organization, and you delivered. UNIDO's reform and modernization process is underway and is having an impact. In difficult times, UNIDO is concentrating in a strategic way on core challenges. UNIDO's new strategy in response to climate change has been refined, discussed and finalized with the member states. We are glad that it was possible to reach this important milestone. We thank the UNIDO Secretariat for keeping up the momentum and the member states for their flexibility. We are looking forward to the work on the action plan that will complete the strategy. We also recommend that UNIDO intensifies its activities with regard to circular economy, mainstreaming the concept of a circular economy in the technical cooperation. A new budget for the next biennium was agreed on with member states, ensuring that UNIDO can continue to pursue its important task and we, Germany, are supportive to give the organization more flexibility in making the best use out of the available budget sources. The core of UNIDO's mandate is to promote, stimulate, and accelerate industrial development. This core mandate is basically guiding the principles that are also relevant for our German development policy: fighting poverty, hunger, and inequality, supporting a just transition towards a sustainable and inclusive economy, and promoting gender equality and women empowerment. It is thus in our common interest that we support climate-neutral industrialization, trade, and industrial policies that foster local value creation, in short, an economic transformation that is both social and ecological, that is keeping the 1.5 degrees goal within reach, and it leaves no one behind. Countries in the global south need support and the necessary policy space, while the rules of multilateral trading system continue to be respected so that we can reach our common goals, the SDGs, the only globally agreed and fully accepted roadmap for sustainable development for all. We support the draft resolution for this conference, in particular on gender equality and women empowerment, on the environment, energy, and the circular economy, and also on sustainable value chains. Chair, Germany fully supports the statement of the European Union and its member states. Along with the other elements of the EU statement, we fully support the EU position on Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Let me conclude now by saying that UNIDO is on a good path to fulfill its mission for reaching out to even more development partners than before. Germany is and will remain a strong partner for UNIDO, and in addition to that, we will reach out to those who are not part of the UNIDO family to join or rejoin this fantastic partnership. Thanks a lot.
Oops, microphone. Thank you very much, Excellency. Well, we have reached the end of the opening plenary of this session. Distinguished delegates, before we break, I would like to make you aware of the exhibition showcasing the organization's work and its cooperation with member states and other partners. It is set up in the Rotunda in the C building. This will also be the location of this evening's cultural event, to be hosted by the Director General at 6:30 p.m. today, to which you are all invited. I invited the members of the General Committee, the Vice Presidents, and the nominees for the main committee to join me in room M7 on the ground floor in the M building at 2:30 p.m. for the first meeting of the General Committee. I will report on further recommendations of the General Committee tomorrow at the beginning of the morning plenary at 10 a.m. The plenary was guided by the strategic priorities of the Directorate General, namely focusing on the topics of ending hunger, sustainable supply chains, online on the Interprofy platform and via the public live stream available on UNIDO website. I see that I should get some info from my very best assistant, so sorry, just 1 second. So I have been told that Israel is requesting to exercise its right of reply. If it is so,
yes, exactly.
It is so. In accordance with Rule 78, I grant the right of reply to Israel. Rule 78 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference states that reply shall be made at the end of the last meeting of the day, or as in such an occasion, at the conclusion of the consideration of the relevant item. Considering that the industrial innovation is about to, will start in the afternoon, we are taking up now. You may wish to take note also according to Rule 78, you reply that the point should not exceed 5 minutes. So, distinguished representative of Israel.
Yes, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you, Ambassador Lepre, and also to apologize to you and to the delegate. There is nothing worse than speaking before lunch. But as this is my first intervention since arriving here, I'm very sad that this intervention had to be made. This morning, exploitation of the platform by the outgoing president of the 19th session it was inappropriate, and personally he ignored the horrific attack on Israeli civilians on October 7th. His actions exemplifies yet another instance of anti-Israeli bias in most UN organizations. These organizations and these officials have constantly failed the Israeli women, children, and all those who have been murdered, slaughtered, burned alive, raped, mutilated, and taken hostage, from infant as young as 9-month-old to the elderly aged 84, in the horror perpetrated by Hamas in Gaza. Yes, I apologize, I said the word Hamas, which was not heard by our outgoing president, shockingly. The outgoing president's minister also chose to use his time not to speak about development, but to spout blatant lies and blood libels, not less about my country. To the outgoing president of the 19th session, I must express deep disappointment. Shame, shame on you, sir. Your conduct has brought significant damage to the integrity of this respected organization, and I thank you, Madam President, for speaking out. And to those member states that fervently applauded such a biased statement, which conveniently omits the evil terror of, and I apologize again for saying, Hamas, extend the same sentiment. Shame. Shame on you for supporting a narrative that turns a blind eye to the complete spectrum of violence and injustice toward Israeli civilians. Shame on you for ignoring and hurting UNIDO's mandate, your own mandate. What we are seeing now has nothing to do with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. It has all to do by terrorism. You're not doing any favor to the Palestinian people by ignoring Hamas. Speak out in the same way that you tell us in private meeting what you think about Hamas and how damaging they are to the Palestinian people. On the 6th of October, there was a ceasefire. Hamas decided to invade Israel with thousands of terrorists, death squads of murderers of any civilian that could find, while kidnapping others to be used as bargaining chips. A 9-month-old baby is, as we speak, held by terrorists as a bargaining chip and is yet to be released in the humanitarian pause. And you talk to us about international law? Instead, call on Hamas, Hamas, terrorist organization Hamas, to release the babies and the elderly. Call on them to stop firing rockets indiscriminately to Israeli cities. They knew exactly what they were doing when they started the war and knew the price to the people of Gaza, but they did not care then, they do not care now. Unfortunately, they also knew that some of member states here will support their crimes and that some will stay quiet or will not take a stand. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Israel. So probably I can say that now the morning session is closed and we will see here again at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you all.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget the luncheon for invited guests is taking place at this moment in the Vic restaurant. All of you who have an invitation, please proceed to the restaurant right now. Thank you very much.
the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors, bridge the digital divide, and link enterprises with innovative energy and environmental solutions. We bring partners and donors together with the right programs and foster partnerships with finance institutions for global impact. UNIDO is committed to forging partnerships with all of you to make these innovative solutions possible, uphold our global commitments, and attain sustainable development. We invite you to join us in this journey for a fair globalization and a brighter tomorrow. Together, we can help end poverty and assure the well-being of people worldwide. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. What are our main challenges? Conflict, social inequalities, and climate change. We need adequate resources, innovative clean solutions, and partnerships to achieve sustainable industrialization and economic transformation. Jointly with other United Nations organizations, UNIDO committed itself to reaching the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNIDO works to keep this promise by connecting people through projects with impact. We are dedicated to ending hunger by sharing knowledge and advanced technology to reduce post-harvest losses and bolster food security. We believe agribusiness offers vital job opportunities for young people. In Africa, we establish agro-industrial parks to drive economic transformation through value chain analysis and specialized services. UNIDO promotes climate action by prioritizing sustainable industrialization, focusing on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and innovation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while creating quality jobs. Our global program for hydrogen supports a just energy and hydrogen transition in developing countries. UNIDO is dedicated to advancing fair local industrial production and trade. We promote product range expansion with a focus on quality and safety standards, empowering youth with technical skills and knowledge for employment. For example, the Learning and Knowledge Development Facility supports industrial skills development in partnership with the private sector. We assure gender equality, connect entrepreneurs with investors. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, works to achieve food security so that all people have access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. As many as 828 million people are unsure where their next meal is coming from. But a world without hunger is possible through sustainable industrialization, technology, and knowledge transfer and investment in agribusiness. UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, works to achieve food security so that all people have access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. As many as 828 million people are unsure where their next meal is coming from. But a
okay? Let me take it off. Okay, so.
In agribusiness. In line with its industrial production and trade. Nearly half the world's population is highly vulnerable to climate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's always...
Can I say something?
One, two. Yeah.
Okay, danke.
Invitation to speak.
Because the back part should be a bit higher up because it's lower. Oh wait, we can turn it off.
see the lights here, then it is going to work.
Okay.
Okay?
Then
When you done,
when you speak, you bring it down.
then you see the light. Some of the microphones has a little button. Pull it up, then you see the light that it's on. And then manually put it on.
Okay.
But now it's not on.
Okay.
That's what they are making on and off.
Okay.
Do you want to actually do all of them like this?
No, I think it's the same guy. What's his name?
Dominic.
Dominic. Yeah, he knows how to.
Dominic is going to be over there with us, so
Yeah.
I think Dominic or his colleagues, so we can actually help.
Yeah, only this one. You can delete the managing. That you can keep on behalf.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we are again. Thank you for your attention. I call to order the secondary plenary meeting of the 20th session of the General Conference. Gosh, I wish I could not use my glasses. I cannot, so I will go like that. Allow me to provide an outlook for the next days of this conference. 4 featured events constituting the Forum on Industrial Development Issues will take place in plenary during this session of the conference in the form of moderated interactive discussions. The first event, the Industrial Innovation Forum, will commence in a few minutes and will consist of 3 high-level panel discussions on priority topics of UNIDO, namely on ending hunger, sustainable supply chains, and climate actions. On Tuesday, an event on making gender equality a lived reality in industry will take place at 11:30 a.m. in the morning plenary, and an event titled Industrialization in Middle-Income Countries, a driving force for sustainable development, will take place at 5 p.m. in the afternoon plenary. An event on industrial policy for fair globalization, offering insights from the Industrial Development Report 2024, will be held on Wednesday, 29th of November, also at 5 p.m. A program of thematic side events will also be hosted on several topics pertinent to UNIDO's mandate. This will include events on driving a just hydrogen transition to take place tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and on critical minerals, metals production and a fair future for all to take place at 2 p.m. on the same day. On building resilient supply chains for the energy transition to take place on Wednesday, 29th at 2 p.m. And on bridging the digital divide in industry and manufacturing to take place on Thursday at 2 p.m. A program of solutions talks will take place from Tuesday to Thursday during breaks in plenary at the exhibition of the Conference de Rotunda in the C building. Topics to be addressed will include UNIDO's Global Alliance on Artificial Intelligence for Industry and Manufacturing, circular business models in the fashion value chain, digital transformation at UNIDO and the organization's partnership with Ghana and the Vienna University of Economics and Business, as well as with Google and CGI. UNIDO on the road to COP28, partnering with ecosystem to empower clean tech, accelerating hydrogen infrastructure and cooling the eco-friendly way. And UNIDO's alternative development work with UNODC. The program of solutions talk is displayed on screens placed in the conference facilities. I invite you all to actively engage in these talks. I have some short additional announcement to make before we turn to our side event. The general debate will resume tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. At the beginning of the meeting, I will report on the recommendation of the General Committee. It will be followed by a side event titled Making Gender Equality a Lived Reality in Industry from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. in this room and online. And the main committee will hold its first meeting tomorrow at 10:30 in boardroom A in AMP building and online in parallel to the plenary meeting. I call really on all delegation representatives to outreach and make this main committee to do its job for the best. I would like to propose that the conclusion of the Industrial Innovation Forum at 6 p.m. coincides with the closing of this plenary meeting. Hence, there will be no need for the President to close the plenary from the podium. If there are no objections to this proposal, I will shortly give the floor to the moderator of this event this afternoon. No objection? Fine, it is so decided. Finally, I would like to remind all delegates that a cultural event hosted by the Director General will take place following this plenary meeting from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at the exhibition of the General Conference located in the Rotunda in C building. Relevant information has been circulated to permanent missions through information note number 89, dated 20th of November, and is also reflected in the journal of the session. I encourage you to participate and hope to see many of you there. I will have the pleasure to receive this afternoon His Excellency Mr. Peter Shirazo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, to deliver his statement. And now I have the pleasure to hand over to the moderator, Sky News anchor Ms. Kilian Joseph, and the distinguished panelists of this afternoon's event. So thank you, and join me here to the floor.
UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, works to achieve food security so that all people have access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. As many as 828 million people are unsure where their next...
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Industrial Innovation Forum, a flagship side event of UNIDO's 20th General Conference. The IFF underscores the fundamental role of political will in driving innovation and driving the pursuit of transformative solutions to the world's most pressing challenges. The topics of the three panels that we're going to have this afternoon will be ending hunger, sustainable supply chains, and climate action. Please welcome to the stage UNIDO's Yuko Yoshinaga, Deputy to the Director General of UNIDO. He'll deliver remarks on behalf of the Director General.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to Vienna and welcome to UNIDO. I am so glad to see you all here taking part in our Industrial Innovation Forum. This forum is a central part of our General Conference. Progress by innovation is our motto, and sustainable industrialization is our mission. In the face of the multiple global crises we see all around us, this mission, UNIDO's mandate is more important than ever. And yes, we are living in very trying times. But far too often these days, we hear people merely describing how bad things they could become. It's a kind of this spreading alarmism. However, here at UNIDO, we see things differently. We maintain our sense of optimism that the challenges of our times can be resolved. Together, we are capable of rising up to them. The solutions the world needs already exist. We have them today. We have the technologies, the knowledge, and the capital available globally to realize these solutions. A world without hunger is possible. Climate change can be limited, adapted to, and mitigated. It is possible to resolve the challenges facing developing countries, to create jobs for millions of people, to create perspectives for the future for the people there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is good news. We know indeed what needs to be done. That is exactly what we will be highlighting here at this event. There is one more ingredient, the most necessary ingredient now. We need not only the ambition to follow through, but also the will to do so. That is what is missing. That is what we must join together to demand. I am sure that here at this forum, we will hear many fantastic insights and innovative approaches. And if you take the time to visit our exhibition, you will surely see even more. Yet if there's one message I want you to take away with you, to take home with you and spread, it is exactly this. All the pieces are in place, but now we need to generate and harness the political will to solve the great crisis of our time. Together, we can do it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So, welcome all to the Ending Hunger is Possible discussion. My name again is Gillian Joseph, and I'll be guiding you through the various topics of interest alongside esteemed panels. Now, it's long been known that our food systems are broken. They threaten the health of both people and the planet, and they drive inequality and hunger. While we do have sufficient global food production to feed the world, nearly 10% of the world's population goes hungry. The spillover effects of the inefficient and unsustainable food systems go beyond borders and can trigger vicious cycles of social, geopolitical, economic, and environmental crises. For this reason, a transformation is needed. The multidimensional nature of the problem requires various stakeholders to work hand in hand. So in this session, we hope to explore the links between innovation and investments and partnerships as prerequisites to address the global food security situation. Now, while our esteemed panel for the discussion make their way to the stage, let's watch a short video looking at UNIDO's work on ending hunger.
UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, works to achieve food security so that all people have access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food. As many as 828 million people are unsure where their next meal is coming from. But a world without hunger is possible through sustainable industrialization, technology and knowledge transfer and investment in agribusiness. In line with its mandate and the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, UNIDO helps foster local added value, sustainable agribusiness and agrotechnology to enhance food security. Efforts span several critical areas, including the development of sustainable food systems and local processing. UNIDO is committed to creating job opportunities and promoting agro-innovation, new technologies, and digitalization. It focuses on building infrastructure and resilience in the global south, elevating nutrition, food quality, and safety standards. The processing of agricultural products in developing countries not only has a huge potential to end hunger and create jobs, it also increases export revenues and boosts economies. Let's join forces and promote sustainable industrial growth while making sure that no one is left behind.
Okay, there's the end of the video. The last line rings out that nobody should be left behind. So at this point, I'd like to introduce you to the esteemed panel that will be discussing all the issues raised and we've already briefly spoken about. If we start with Elfie Klump, Head of Partnership Development at the Festo Company in Germany, a global technology leader in automation and education. Within various positions since 1989, she's been responsible for numerous international large-scale projects. She developed a proven record in the field of skills development for employability and sustainable growth. Welcome to the panel, Elfie. Next, I shall move to Ambassador Isayaka Abdul Kadir Imam. He's the Secretary General of the D8 Organization for Economic Cooperation. He brings a wealth of international development expertise from key roles at Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and diplomatic missions worldwide. And he was conferred the title of Ambassador in 2020. Welcome. And next to him, Ms. Beverly Posma is the Executive Director of Grow Asia. That's a multi-stakeholder platform established by the World Economic Forum and the Asian Secretariat to build sustainable food systems in Southeast Asia. An accomplished strategist with more than 20 years of experience, Beverly works with governments, multinational companies and non-profits to develop scalable and inclusive food systems solutions. Welcome to you, Beverly. And last but not least, Mr. Gerardo Potaconi. He's head of operations at the International Coffee Organization. He has extensive experience in policy and strategic advice, sustainable development, fund mobilization, and the management of large-scale projects. Formerly leading the Department of Agribusiness Development at UNIDO, he guided successful public-private partnerships in agribusiness, coffee, and creative value chains. Please give your panel a round of applause. Thank you. So let's take a look at the opportunities that exist. We are rapidly running out of time before we even started, so hence my rattling through. So despite decades of collective development achievements, food systems continue to struggle in providing accessible and nutritious food for everyone globally. Recognizing challenges such as the impact of climate change, socioeconomic crises, and insufficient funding, there is an urgent need to shift focus towards identifying and capitalizing on opportunities to transform change. So how can innovation and new technologies assist in the fight against hunger? So let's turn to Gerardo. First of all, how can innovation and technology contribute to combating hunger?
Thank you, Gillian. It's a billion questions. It's very, very complex. Well, technology is, of course, one of the key elements in order to address hunger. But hunger and food insecurity and economic insecurity are the basis. It's what you have to fill. In order to fill that, a key is the food system, so in the agri-system. Because when you're talking about food, both as a food crop or cash crops is the basis to address both the food insecurity and the economic insecurity in largely majority of the emerging and developing countries. So in order to improve the efficiency, the productivity, because there is lack of food, and the food is wasted along the production. So before production reaching the consumers and helping reducing hunger and suffering, there is a huge gap. So there is a gap of quantity and quality and safety of this process. So within this, there are a lot of solutions that you can apply and technologies and good practices that have been developed. They are developed, but they are not applied largely. And then, of course, I will try to make some example with the coffee sector in particular, which is a cash crop, but is very often intercrop with the food crop. So that is also key. So as I say, if you want to produce more, you have to produce better, and you have to produce greener. And there are a lot of solutions in terms of precise agriculture, in terms of regenerative practices that can enhance the way you produce food, reducing the inputs, cost of inputs is increasing dramatically, as we know. So in order to produce more, you have to produce better. The second point is what technology you can apply so that the land that you producing, or where you're producing your food, is more effective. So how you manage the land, what new technologies to develop new varieties, new varieties that are more climate resistant, they're more efficient. So you can produce more higher quality. Then, of course, technologies apply in the way you take whatever food up to the next steps of the chain. Could be the direct consumers in the village, up to the next village, up to internationally. And all that require technologies in how you manage this produce. For example, if you produce milk, then you need to have a way to make sure that this safely reach the consumer. So you have a lot of technology can apply. For best agricultural practices, regenerative and circular, so you can also reduce waste and transform waste into opportunities, then transform in there. Then, of course, the next part is the transformation. In transformation, there are a lot of new opportunities. They are lower cost. For example, you want to add value. That's also the scope of the existence of UNIDO, as I know quite well. You want to transform this produce into a product that can be sold at a higher value. For example, in coffee, 20 years ago, that was not available. Now you can buy for $1,000 a mini roastery, so you can actually, from the green coffee that you normally export, a very low price to higher value products. So new technology like that would enable the people to add value and to sell to the local market. The next step, of course, is to link the local markets in a country producing, in this case, coffee, up to the international market. That's the fourth level. Then there are technologies with blockchains that enable the farmers to know what is the market, they enable the farmers to collectively work together, and then having also direct access to the financing. So you see there, in each step of this process, you have technology and solutions that can be available. They're becoming cheaper, but you need the local capacity to absorb this technology.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Ambassador Isiaka now. From what we've just heard, what's your perspective on new opportunities, innovation that you can see to achieve the ultimate goal of zero hunger?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I hope it's working.
I'm not sure that it's on. Let's just double check.
I think it's on. Okay. Yeah. Thank you once more. Before I respond to your question, let me quickly just give a quick information about the organization which I represent. That's the Developing Aid Organization. Like the name indicates, it's a group of 8 countries, which are all developing countries based in the global south. And the member states are basically Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Nigeria, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Turkey. And the organization was established in 1997 primarily to enhance economic and trade cooperation among the member states, with a combined population of about 1.1 billion people. So it's a very big market in the global south. Like I said, the organization was established primarily to enhance economic and trade, and agriculture and food security is also one of our priority areas. To feed 1.1 billion people, obviously you need to prioritize your agricultural production. Talking about technology in the area of agriculture, I cannot agree more with the last speaker. It's very, very important. But from our own perspective, what we are more interested in is the transfer of technology. Because we've realized that our member states are not at the same level of technological advancement. Some member states are doing very well in the area of technology, some are still lagging behind. So what we are trying to do is to put in place actions that will encourage transfer of technology, especially those that have bearing in the agricultural space. And what we do is we have a program which we call Technology Transfer Award. It's an annual program whereby we give some kind of award to companies that are willing to transfer technology, to those companies that are willing to receive the technology, especially in the area of agriculture and other areas as well. And we give some kind of about $10,000, $20,000 is shared between these two, the donor company and the recipient companies. So technology is very, very, very key to us in the agricultural space. Yet we are looking at artificial intelligence, like was mentioned by the last speaker. We're also looking at things like Internet of Things. Climate-smart agriculture is very, very, very key to us because of the effect of climate. So we've prioritized climate-smart agriculture in the D8 organization. And for that purpose also, we've also established an agricultural research institute, which was launched, I think, March this year. It is based in Islamabad in Pakistan. And one of the primary mandates of that institute is to carry out research in the area of agriculture, not only in climate-smart agriculture, but in the area of poultry, fishery, and other sectors. Thank you.
Okay, so we talk there about the transfer of technology. I'm sure also an interesting point is the transfer of funds, and that's a point that I want to bring Beverly Posmer in on. How can innovative financing mechanisms complement traditional efforts to help partner countries finance their food systems investments?
Thank you, Gillian. It's a great honor to be here. It's so nice to be back in Vienna after so long, and as a long-term friend of UNIDO, I'm very honored to be in this very esteemed hall. I love the fact that you started this presentation with the word opportunity, because that's what it's going to take for us to leverage innovative finance into food and to solve hunger. Big business, as we know, doesn't tend to spend a great deal of time dwelling on very difficult things. It's looking for opportunities. It's looking for quick wins. It's looking for an excitement where money can go and yield a return on investment quickly. That's the difference between most businesses and most governments, as we know. And unless we embrace that and go and find those opportunities, we are unlikely to see the speed of innovation in finance for food that we need to solve this problem. We have already achieved tremendous innovation in the technology to produce food, to manufacture food, and to travel food around the world. But for some reason, we haven't been able to make the same huge leaps in innovating the finance that finances that complex system. So together, we do have the power to shift our focus of innovation to finance. We know we can do it. We did it for technology. We did it for the Industrial Revolution. We can innovate technology, but we can also innovate finance. And at Grow Asia, we're a very unusual hybrid between the World Economic Forum and the 10 ASEAN ministers of Southeast Asia. But what we do is that we ask a lot of questions. We ask individual businesses, we ask individual ministers, we ask individual farmers, what exactly is your barrier to hunger? What is your barrier within the food system, wherever you sit? What is stopping you contributing more efficiently, more affordably, and making an income at what you do? And it always comes down to accessible finance. I've just had a conversation with a very large rice buyer, one of the largest rice off-takers in the world. They desperately want to solve this problem, and they know that the reason that rice growers cannot afford to make the transition from high emissions and low productivity rice to a more climate smart rice that will feed their families and pay them a living wage and a profit is because they can't get access to working capital, small ticket size loans. Why can't they get access? Because the banking system and finance system does not merit them creditworthy. They're just too risky. So why doesn't the big off-taker who's buying their rice underwrite that loan? Because the off-taker doesn't have a business model that is robust enough to carry that type of risk for 100,000 small businesses. These are fundamental whys that we should be asking. And to solve it, we have to put a stack of innovative finance together. We can't put a piece of finance there, a piece of finance there. You actually have to create stacks of finance with a senior lender, with a concessional lender, and with enough of the other local lenders and risk off-takers in that system. But it is possible if we innovate for the finance as well as we've innovated for the technology.
Thank you, and very interesting that you refer to perhaps what others might have declared small farmers as small businesses. Just because they're rural doesn't mean that they aren't businesses. Elfie, I'll bring you in at this point. Now, you're representing the private sector for us today on this panel. What do you do to support the goal of ending hunger?
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me as a private sector representative here in this distinguished audience. Maybe I can elaborate on these questions from three perspectives. One is innovation, second one is education, and three is partnership. So, and also what we bring to the table as a private sector company. Innovation, it was mentioned several times here. We are a private sector company, Festo, in the field of automation technology. Automation technology is serving from our portfolio about 200 different industries with parts and components. So whether it comes to the pharmaceutical, to the packaging industry, or to the so prestigious food industry. Food industry is a big part, a big customer portfolio in our company. What we do is we empower processes in the industry from the academic perspectives with innovation and try to bring it to the shop floor, to make it to bring it to action, to accelerate processes in industry. But equally, and this I would like really to underline here, what we do in our company is technical education, because we are a strong believer that if we do not provide technically skilled people, there is no synopsis on the shop floor. So in other words, what we would like to contribute also to these challenges, to the SDGs, is bringing innovation from PhD level, from the academic level, to the shop floor, to the PhD, to TVET, to education, because we feel this has to go together, otherwise there is no development. Education is the foundation, so innovation goes with education. And the third point from our perspective is partnership. Multilateral approach partnership, bilateral partnerships. There cannot be enough partnerships. The world has so many problems that partnership is a crucial incubator to solve these problems. And what brings us here to UNIDO, maybe my last point, we have from a private sector company, and I think there is room for more and many private sector companies in this audience, bring the private sector together with the policymakers. We have a long-term partnership with UNIDO, about 20 years, and we do a lot of activities in industry and skills development. For example, when it comes to the agro industry sector, We have developed projects in Uruguay where we set up, together with UNIDO, together with the Ministry of Industry in Uruguay, a center of excellence for the agro-industries and food transfer technology to skill the people in the environment there, for example. And this is what we would like to continue also, and I think there's a lot to do here. So 3 aspects from my side: industry, innovation, where we are strong, education, and wrap that up in multilateral partnerships. That is my message.
Thank you. So moving on, we'll talk about the political will needed to affect some of the changes that you've mentioned, the good practices to ensure the effectiveness of technical solutions for measurable results by that 2030 deadline. So, Beverly, what are the most effective ways for governments and development partners to attract private investment that's towards sustainable food systems? What would you say?
I think the first thing is to start within a single crop, within a single country, with a single value chain. Sometimes we are over-ambitious in our political will. I don't actually see a lack of political will to solve large systemic challenges. Sadly, what we often forget is that to solve a challenge, you have to get granular. Every food type, every food system is different, and it needs a unique solution. So sometimes it takes a bold country and a bold leader to stand forward and said, okay, my country is going to focus on fixing this crop in this country right now. And to get focus, companies and businesses like focus. And if you can give them a clearer win, a clearer sense of the finish line, it's much easier for a Minister of Agriculture to engage with a big business CEO on a very focused agenda. I came out of the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit very inspired, not just by the collective commitment, but by the very focused individual commitments that were made by heads of state and ministers at that event. I always hate to call out one country when I'm sitting among several hundred, but I am going to credit Vietnam, because Vietnam made a very specific pledge at the Food Systems Summit, and has followed through. Vietnam pledged to create a food innovation hub that would allow businesses and nonprofits and other governments to come and invest in Southeast Asia's first food innovation hub, which would not only crowd in new innovation into Vietnam, but it would also act as a showcase for what partnership could achieve if you chose one crop and one problem statement. And they've chosen rice. It produces 15% of the world's rice, contributing to over 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. So a correct crop to choose right now, certainly to attract foreign investment. And by staying very focused and looking at the ecosystem, the system as an ecosystem. The food system is not linear. It doesn't have a grower at one end and a retailer at the other end. It is an ecosystem. We need the banks. We need the companies in education. We need the companies in tech, in fintech. We've got to stay pace with the innovation happening in developed nations in order to make them relevant in low-income countries. And focus is everything. We have 44 individual, very specific value chain projects working across 7 countries. And it's the focus that we maintain that keeps those actors at the table, and it keeps the money working and flowing.
Thank you. Ambassador, I wonder if you could tell me if there's an ongoing dialogue for concrete actions to achieve innovative solutions to address these food security challenges.
Thank you very much. From our own perspective, yes, we do have. For example, we, like the earlier speaker mentioned about partnership. It's very, very, very crucial. We need to collaborate and partner, in order to make most of these targets, to be met. And what we've done in the D8 in terms of concrete action is to partner with the Organization of Islamic Food Security. It's one of the affiliate bodies of the OIC. And we've partnered with the IOFS to develop a one-year action plan. We have an MOU with them, but in addition to the MOU, we have an action plan which lay out 12 concrete programs which we intend to achieve by the end of 2024. Some of those programs have to do with climate-smart agriculture, as like I mentioned earlier on. Fisheries, we identified fishery as very, very important. Genomic sequencing is also identified, and we intend to achieve all these items before the end or latest by the end of 2024. And we're also partnering with FAO as well to enable us to achieve most of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gerardo, we've heard a lot about partnerships. From your perspective, what initiatives should the international community prioritize to strengthen partnerships and further cooperation?
Thank you, Gillian. Well, again, let me come from a sector-specific perspective, as was mentioned before. Let's take coffee. And
I thought you might take coffee.
Sorry?
I thought you might take coffee.
The point is, at a certain moment, there was a huge crisis because the green coffee price dropped dramatically. So, and from the assessment, there were a large number of the 25 million farmers that grow coffee in the world, they could not cover their costs, and they were really going into a very heavy poverty and increasing hunger. At that moment, the industry, the government say, well, we can't do this alone. We have to engage with industry, and the industry responded yes. And they start working together in a task force, so jointly sitting around the same table, so not industry one side, government on the other. They say, well, let's find solutions. They are committed, they work, and they have a strong and clear commitment, and they're working towards that. And they have a system of measurement. What you want to measure, you're using the living income as a metrics. So, it's not the price that change. It's in every location, you have to see that the farmer can produce that coffee, sell the coffee, cover the input, but cover housing, health, education, and ever safety. So measurement first. Second is what technological solutions and innovation you have to bring. When in Africa, you have 0.1 ton per hectare versus 2.53 in other countries. So that means you produce very little while you have a great opportunity. So that means new opportunity to risk. So increasing, again, technological solution, innovation to close this gap, living income, but also in terms of productivity. So this is only possible because everybody is putting knowledge and resources together with the international community to find solutions. Again, is a vertical one, is in the coffee sector, but because of intercropping, and you then cover other sectors. So that's a good way to do it, working together, but with a common goal. And the common goal should be, well, everybody has to profit, but also look at the whole value chain from the weakest part, that is the farmers, up to the consumers.
Okay, Elfie, I wonder if I could get you to talk about the political will needed to effect change without being too political.
Yeah, I cannot be political here. I'm from the private sector. You are the policy makers. But what Gerardo said is bringing together the cooperation, the technical cooperation with education. I think this is, of course, one of the recipes. And then the other things, being here at UNIDO, I think a very powerful UN agency when it comes to industry development. development and, of course, education development, this is a wonderful tool to cope with the global challenges. For example, UNIDO has a so-called LKDF, the Learning and Knowledge platform, which is a wonderful platform giving access to education and technology and in different fields. When it comes to new technology, digitalization, Industry 4.0, we are partnering with this platform as well. So I recommend to the audience to have a closer look at this wonderful and powerful tool here of UNIDO. And the other thing is UNIDO, I think, can play a tremendous role in building the bridge between the private sector and the political sector in this and generate multi-stakeholder approach as an organization, because we need this building bridges. And we don't have to be afraid of each other, the private sector and the policymakers. We have to join together and join forces to solve these problems. If we don't come together, there is no evolution. That's my persuasion.
Elfie, thank you. Now, we are coming to the end of our time together, but I would like to ask you each in turn to share your thoughts on UNIDO's role and contribution to food systems transformations. In about, I'll give you 60 seconds, about a minute. If we start with you, first of all, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think, well, I would rather say UNIDO has a key role to play, especially in the area of technology. As far as we are concerned in the D8, technology is very, very key to industrial development, and UNIDO's experience and mandate is technology development and cooperation. So we would like to enjoin UNIDO to play more active role in this respect, especially in the area of technology transfer from the more developed economies to the developing economies like my member states. We would like to see, and I know that UNIDO has, very, very vast expertise in the area of technology development. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, thank you. Beverly.
It's really doing more of what's already being done by this great organization. UNIDO already has a good reputation with the private sector for understanding the market. We cannot solve food system challenges if we only put investment at the bottom of the system. The bottom of the system is vital, and some need to do that. Where UNIDO stands apart, it takes a system-wide approach by starting at the market end. What is the viable business model at the end of the journey that it's hoping to achieve? And it does that not just through partnership, but through brokering very strategic relationships that outlive UNIDO. That UNIDO is one of those organizations that can walk away and leave a solution in the field. And the reason for that is because it invests so well in brokering real relationships between people and companies, between governments and organizations. And that legacy is vital. So the one thing I would say that I would love to see UNIDO do more is now turn that magic to innovating the finance that's inside that system. And that would be a fantastic role for UNIDO.
Thank you. Gerardo.
Make it very, very easy for me, because this is what exactly are doing with UNIDO. ICO is an intergovernmental organization as well, but say through the public-private task force, we have the private sector. We're working for UNIDO to develop a new investment vehicle for the coffee sector, where everybody can contribute and take an advantage. It's a model that we are developing now together with UNIDO and other partners, and I think also in the UN, but also in the finance sector, to find solution for blended financing, even though blended financing is a nice word, but it's very difficult to apply. So that's a concrete action where UNIDO can do, and bringing the technical solutions to the field as well. Thank you.
Elfie, I think you've partly answered this question already, but if you'd like to add.
I did, but I just want to underline again, like Gerardo said, building the bridge between the private sector, the non-private sector, and the financing institutes is a key element, I think, in this development here.
Thank you all. Thank you to my esteemed panel, Ms. Beverly Posma, Ambassador Isiaka Abdul Kadir Imam, Mr. Gerardo Pataconi, and Ms. Elfie Klump. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. So takeaways from that panel, I think finding the magic to bring forth the finances, I'm going to remember that, find the magic to bring the money. We've learned that food systems transformation is a complex issue requiring short, medium, and long-term solutions. It does seem that a world without hunger is possible from discussing with our panel, but only if innovation is accelerated. The knowledge and the technologies do exist, as do the resources, and what's necessary is the political will, from what we've heard today, to leave behind a better world for the next generation. Thank you all for your contributions. Thank you. A final round of applause for the panel. With or without moderator? Okay. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. Right, I think we're moving right along, unless somebody tells me otherwise. So, a warm welcome to our next panel discussion. That is achieving fair globalization through sustainable supply chains. The topic of this session is very relevant as you're experiencing a complex web of multiple mandatory and voluntary instruments put in place in an attempt to make supply chains more sustainable. The recent regulatory focus on sustainability stems from the fact that many parts of the world continue experiencing excessive working hours, unsafe working conditions, and inadequate wages, which perpetuate a cycle of exploitation that undermines the very foundations of a fair and sustainable global economy. Solutions do exist. There is the knowledge about what it takes to sustain a living income. There are the technologies required to ensure resource efficiency, and there are legally binding international treaties on sustainability, such as the Paris Agreement on climate change, which you all know. Yet midway into the 2023 Agenda on Sustainable Development, the world is off track in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. Our next panel's key question today is clear. If it's known what is required for sustainable supply chains, why is there a struggle to bring these solutions to fruition? What political will is needed to make solutions work, and what role could UNIDO play? As the panelists are escorted to the stage, let's watch a short video detailing UNIDO's work in the area of sustainable supply chains.
UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, supports fair and environmentally responsible local industrial production and trade. Global supply chains are vital for trade and job creation, offering economic independence. However, for many workers, the harsh reality includes long hours, unsafe conditions, and low wages. This must change. In line with its mandate and the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, UNIDO offers solutions and supports fair and sustainable supply chains in developing countries. The organization addresses challenges for workers, especially women, and supports small businesses. It promotes trade through compliance with international standards and focuses on youth employment through technical skills development and digital technologies. UNIDO advocates for fair global business practices aligned with human rights and environmental standards and strives for sustainability by promoting circular economy principles. Let's work together and create a more equitable and sustainable economic landscape for the well-being of all people.
So let me introduce you to your panel for this discussion. First of all, Mercedes Araoz-Fernandez is a professor at the Universidad de Pacifico in Peru and a former vice president of Peru. She's also held several ministerial positions. Welcome. Mr. Andre Ili is the You can have a round of applause. I was going to leave it to the end, but we can do it as we go along. Mr. Andre Ili is the chairman of the Ili Cafe and a co-founder of the Ernesto Ili Foundation and co-chair of the Regenerative Society Foundation. Welcome. Give him his round of applause, please. Thank you. And Mr. Jochen Flassbart, the State Secretary in the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Welcome all. Let's give them a joint round of applause. Thank you. Now, I'd like to start the panel with our key question, as mentioned previously. If we know what's required for sustainable supply chains, why are we struggling to bring these solutions to fruition? And what political will is needed to make solutions work? And what role could UNIDO play? So those are the parameters of the discussion. So if I can put the first question to Mercedes, why are we struggling when we know what is required for solutions? Why are we struggling to bring them to fruition? Is that microphone on?
No. Thank you very much.
Maybe perhaps if you share.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this invitation to participate in this interesting panel. I really thank UNIDO for help bringing an issue that is so important for many countries in the world in terms of their development. And talking about development, that's an issue that we have to confront. The levels of heterogeneity and diversity in terms of the development of our countries make it difficult to address the problems that we're facing in terms of climate change or even in human rights development sometimes. So we have to focus when we develop our policy in this heterogeneity. For example, in Latin America, I will mention that we have a huge informal sector, particularly the labor force is like a continuing process of not being able to have the good regulations in terms of having people involved in the formal sector. So employment is an issue we have to address with the right policy, and it's difficult to create the new policies when you have 80% of your labor force in the informal sector. So we have to do it slowly and taking care of that. Also, we have to think about all this difference in human capital and physical capital that we have, technology, efficiency of the legal system, efficiency of the government, and how to comply with these sustainability and due diligence issues that are being addressed right now. It's very difficult, but we have to do it understanding their reality. I think that when you focus on the facts that we can be solved from the government side or the business side, you can cooperate all together and work to have a better compliance. I will talk about my country. I was Minister of Trade. I signed several agreements. I have signed the US FTA. I signed the European Union agreement also. And we focus on changing things in the right way. I mean, protecting the environment, protecting our forests, but we have to focus with a lot of care on the development of this process. Sometimes we cannot rush, and I think unilateral rules will make it difficult. So we have to work all together to create rules that can work for us in the right direction.
Thank you. Andrea, the same question to you. If we know what's required for sustainable supply chains, why is there still this struggle to bring the solutions to fruition?
I would say one of the big problem we have is the enormous gap to be filled. So to give some numbers, the overall coffee value chain, a cup value, is more or less 300 billion. 10% remain in 50 coffee-producing countries at export level, and 1/4 of that is shared by growers. There is an estimate of 12.5 million growers by the coffee barometers, or if we take the official ICO figure, which is 25 million families, households working for coffee, it's in any case a figure below poverty level. So with the exception of very few countries, starting with Brazil, which is doing much better, we have an enormous gap to be filled in terms of living income, which of course also creates a situation where coffee becomes a subsistence agriculture, because in many countries they do not have alternatives to growing coffee. And this also creates a big problem for attractivity for the future generations. What needs to be done in those countries? An enormous, first of all, social sustainability project in order to create the condition for the next one, which is their environmental, let's say, sustainability project, which is very important, because with that, we also have to take in account, besides the low margins of producing countries, the high volatility triggered typically by climate problems like climate change instability. So now that we are facing that up to 50% of the currently suitable land for coffee agriculture will be lost within the next 30 years as a consequence of climate change, these very tight, let's say, conditions will remain even more tighter. So this is why we have to figure out a way to, which can only be public-private, to solve the problem. Otherwise, we will have to accept that not only coffee security will be endangered in the future, but also that there will be so many, let's say, families losing a job.
Jorge Vlasbach, what are some of the challenges and difficulties in this area that you particularly are aware of? Perhaps just share. Thank you.
So, thanks for this technical assistance. So I think we have 3 dimensions of fundamental unfairness. Number one is that we are still facing enormous inequality in the world. And we are far away from implementing the SDG in this regard. By far we are not reaching it at the moment. And by the way, what really drives me sometimes mad is during the Corona crisis and since the start of the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, the richest people in the world got richer and the poorest got poorer. So that is one dimension. The second dimension is that the richness of countries like mine and others, but also increasingly middle-income countries, depends on unfair production systems in some of our partner countries. violating human rights, not paying living income, involving kids into the production, violating against international environmental law. And that is, again, on the shoulders of the poorest. And this is not fair. We have to change that. And we have decided as a UN family in 2011 on the UN guiding principles on business and human rights in 2011. And just speaking about my country and not other countries, but I think it's very similar in other industrialized countries and also, as I said, middle-income countries as well. We asked our business sector a couple of years ago when this guy here, the Director General Gerd Müller, was our Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. We asked enterprises whether they are following the guiding principles and the implementation of due diligence. And only 20% of them said, yes, we do, voluntarily. I mean, this is a disaster. We have agreed on it unanimously on the UN level, and we have to implement it to stop this unfairness. And that was the reason why we adopted in Germany the German supply chain law, one of those actively involved sitting here next to me, and simply to implement what Germany as a country has promised, and all the other countries have done as well. And that is now going to be also adopted on the European level with due diligence law on the European level. And in a way, what has been proven over 1 decade is that a voluntary approach does not work. You need to implement it by law. And of course, this causes new problems. I think we will touch on that in our partner countries. Also, our business sector doesn't like it, obviously. But this is something that follows the status that the voluntary approach failed.
Okay, and the point you raise, I want to delve a little bit deeper now into that. Let's start with the producer country perspective. And Mercedes, what are the main challenges, as intimated by Jochen there, to aligning national legal frameworks to international mandatory requirements?
As I mentioned earlier, we negotiated, I was a Minister of Trade at that time, so I negotiated several free trade agreements. One of them was the European Union, and the other one was the US free trade agreement of Peru. And we voluntarily wanted to have a new law for the forest. So we really went through all this process to have less deforestation. We are really willing to have this important policy. We have very important issues like big national parks. We want to assure the Amazon is already well protected. It's a difficult thing to implement anyway. So I want to address that. So we have the same objective. And I believe that the due diligence and the deforestation process that European Union want to address is a good measure. But the problem is the implementation process. And the process is difficult because, for example, we created a new forestry law in which people that are colons that were in that land, that were there because they were doing illegal logging or they were doing illegal crops like coca leaves, they were, because of the free trade agreements that were fantastic, they would change their crops to coffee and cocoa, for example. And that was good for them. The market, the European market is open for them. For example, more than 50% of the coffee comes to Europe. It's organic. They have all the certifications. These voluntary sustainability standards are there. So fantastic. We have very good results with coffee. We have very good results with cocoa. It's 43% of our production comes to Europe too. And also the palm oil. Palm oil also is very successful here in Europe with that. But the problem with coffee and cocoa, because palm oil is managed by big firms, but coffee and cocoa is produced by small firms, and the process of adaptation is very tough. The law of forestry that we have made it impossible for these people to have property rights in their land. Why? Because these are already deforested land many years ago. But they are there, but without property rights, we cannot assure precisely how they can be treated because they are in the very end of the chain, how they are going to be treated. Can they adapt? It's very short notice and time for them to adapt. Or to have, for example, a loan, because probably without property rights, they cannot get a bank loan to have the georeference information. So there are difficulties that in the implementation process that we have to address. And that's where I think we have a possibility of more cooperation altogether, the industry, the coffee growers, the governments, because we can address that, but not only by law, but also in the process of implementing the things. So there's opportunities. What I see is an opportunity, and having this conversation like this is making it possible, because we are addressing what is needed to work all together. Even, and I think Germany, because I'm a member of another institution, the Global Crop Trust, for example, Germany is cooperating a lot with coffee growers because it's protecting the gene banks, helping with cooperation for the gene banks to have the seeds and have the biodiversity that is needed for that. This is the kind of things that really will work if we work together and UNIDO is involved.
Thank you. Andrea, on the same point, do you think that the change to mandatory due diligence legislation, do you think that will improve the sustainability and resilience of the sector in comparison to the actual situation, which is on a voluntary basis?
I think it will contribute, because the perspective did change since in coffee started a decommoditization process thanks to gourmet coffee, right? Triggered by Italian espresso, high-quality coffee, transitioning coffee from a functional beverage just for the caffeine into an experiential one for pleasure and enjoyment. So this led a movement seeking for differentiated coffees and traceability. Traceability then means working hand in hand with coffee growers in order to elevate their agronomical practices and so on. This has been a trend commanded by few gourmet coffee, let's say, corporations, which now represent probably 10–12% of the total market share. But this created some framework for how to have a more integrated value chain. Voluntary basis from the private sector. A lot of greenwashing also, unfortunately, but fake it until you make it. Now that is becoming mandatory, we at least know where we are coming from, and we could implement the good lessons from the gourmet coffee in the overall industry. The problem, however, is much bigger than that, because traceability and the due diligence, which is the most relevant framework which is coming in place in the future from the European Union, doesn't necessarily also provide the means and the solutions to the problem, because if the gap is so big, as I said before, we need resources. So we need to create the conditions to invest in the coffee plantations, so in their countries, which are low-income countries, with money coming from the high-income countries, which are predominantly the producing, consuming countries. So we shall invest money coming from this 90% value chain in the 10% or less let's say, assets in the producing companies. And we have to figure out a business model how to make it, because this is not feasible by producing countries alone. This is not feasible with a traditional direct foreign investment. We should figure out a way to create a supply chain financement cross-border, using accessible capitals from OECD countries to be investing in LIC. And this is something very innovative that we shall figure out how to do. UNIDO has always been very active. My company pioneered the direct sourcing in 1991. It was now a big corp. So privately you can do a lot, but in order to maximize the impact, you need to make it general for the whole, let's say, industry. What UNIDO made with as a kind of public-private partnership has been working, particularly in Africa, in making supply chains more sustainable. And there are still now very interesting projects undergoing. We shall make this exception of one company working with one Italian, one country cooperation and one UNIDO agency in one country, Ethiopia. We should make it the norm for all possible growing countries in order to avoid the threat that I mentioned before. Yes, we need to invest minimum 10 billion in order to safeguard coffee production in the next 10 years. And if we divide 1 billion per year, we need at least to triple the investment which are made now. So we literally need to tear down the wall, virtuous wall, geographical wall, which is represented by the equator, and find a way to make it. But first, as I said before, people. So people first in order to get production and environment. So money, 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 money.
It makes the world go round.
And the only way to make it, general for the whole sector is that we, private sector, shall receive a proposal by the public sector, no matter if it is governmental or intergovernmental represented by the International Coffee Organization or other agency from the United Nations. But the only way for all coffee roasters and, let's say, stakeholders to react is to receive a proposal from the public sector.
Thank you. Jochen, I'll bring you in at this point. The German Act on Corporate Due Diligence Obligations in Supply Chains came into force in January this year, I believe. From your point of view, how can governments support the private sector in navigating, the complex global governance architecture of sustainable supply chains?
Yes, we do, and I will come back to this in a minute, but I think the first thing is that, in my view, it's an obligation of companies. I think Gerd Müller gave earlier on this day the example of a trousers or a t-shirt. I think it was about trousers produced, I think, in Ethiopia for $5 and sold in Germany or France or UK for $150. And so there is a lot of money in the pot. Many people are earning money through the supply chain. And I expect from traders and retailers that they take care about a clean supply chain. That is a prerequisite of a good company. But we all know they are not only good companies. Huh? In that way, it's also about level playing field. We should not make those who are following international law and principles of sustainability those having a comparative disadvantage. And so with our German Act, we organized the level playing field. But of course, you are intervening into markets with governmental regulation, and therefore you need to allow companies, although also those who were not doing a good job on our side in the past, to adapt to the new regulation. And that we are doing with help desk for our enterprises. But of course, I know there is another side of the coin, and that are our partners. And specifically when they are, for example, smallholder farmers, then they, of course, do have problems to adapt also to this regulation. Again, I would say, here, the first counterpart are the companies involved in the whole supply chain. They should help them. They are making money with them. And the second one is, I don't want to get the governments out of our obligations, is of course to provide support also in our partner countries. We are doing this through different tools with the international, Initiative for Global Solidarity, powered by GIZ. We're providing support with also local help desks in our partner countries. And we pushed a lot as Germans on the European level to provide a Team Europe initiative that also provides support following the new incoming EU regulation. It is needed. It's a part of fairness with our partners that we do help them on the governmental level, on the regional, the local level, but also on the private sector level in our partner countries. And that is done, and I hope other countries in the world are jumping on that. And of course, we also need the UN system. UNIDO is a very important partner for us to implement our German Act in partner countries. More can be done also on the UN level.
Mercedes, I wonder if you can come in at that point, if you're in agreement with what Jochen has been saying, and spell out what it is that, you know, the small farmers need, or as we had referenced in another panel, the small businesses, as they like to refer to them as.
Yeah, we need that cooperation because, of course, we have to be better off, increase productivity, have better livelihood for our farmers. That's the goal, I think, at the end of this story, is not only protecting the environment, but also having better livelihood for our farmers. And so the cooperation, the three-party cooperation, the firms, the governments, and the small producers, I'm sure can have a good result. But we need for that a little more time, I will say. It's like having the transition process in an orderly way so we can do it in the right manner. So I think that will work for all of us.
And Andre, how urgent is all of this? Mercedes saying that they perhaps need a little more time to implement, to adjust and change. But how urgent do you think all of this is?
It's very urgent because coffee is already severely impacted by climate change and always has been impacted with poverty. And so I think that we shall be also a little bit more impactful in the way we design this let's say, route towards responsibility, let me say, because I'm referring to the so-called carrot and stick, you know, paradox. If you impose to companies with regulations, you probably get a lot of pushback and maybe only, let's say, a formal let's say, respect of those rules. If you only create incentives, it could be probably speculated, like, which is, Europe is more on the side of sticks, right? And US is more strategizing in a way to give carrots. I think we shall have a carrot and stick approach so that, yes, the public sector imposes some norms on corporations, but also really supports the private sector in its endeavors, because we cannot put all the effort on the shoulders of the companies only, for sure. There should not be stereotypes. The companies are super profitable and they can they are greedy and they can sacrifice a little bit of their profits for a good cause and making the supply chain more sustainable, because as I tried to say at the beginning, sometimes the gap to be filled is too large for a company or for the private sector only. So urgent and important, I would say, more than that. And there has been a lot of advocacy for those conversations until now. It's time to stop advocacy and start working on impact with solutions. This is why we are working so intensively to try to come out with some proposals.
Joachim, would you agree with Andrea that Europe perhaps is more on the side of the stick rather than the carrot?
Well, I think at the end, and that is what I understood from you, both is needed. Of course, you have to incentivize, but at the end, it's a regulation. And everybody has to follow the rules. As you said, it needs some time. That is understood, very well understood, and I think both our regulation as well as the European regulation carries some parts of the regulation that allows for the adaptation, but it is needed. And what I also wanted to say, it's not about rocket science. I mean, it's about paying fair wages to the workers. It's respecting the human rights. It's not something that you need to study in depth. It's even, I would say, some human intuition. And then it comes to more complicated regulations also in the field of environment. When it comes to chemicals, hazardous substances, I would understand, yes, there is something to do. But I think the more relevant part, instead of the material parts of the regulation, is the documentation. And that is specifically where smallholder farmers, for example, are facing enormous challenges to do all the documentation that are the basis for the supply chain regulation.
I remember that I wanted to make sure that the single pickers get the 30% premium that Ili Cafe pays on average for the coffee it buys in Ethiopia. You can only trace coffee until the washing stations, and you have lines of thousands of people every day with a little bucket bringing the coffee to the washing station. And then there is a place where they weigh the coffee and they pay cash. And I wanted to get the receipt of each and every transaction written on paper in order to make sure that the money was entering in the pickers and the growers, let's say, pockets. You know what did occur? That the owner of the washing station has been threatened death by the other neighboring, let's say, washing station because he was jeopardizing the market by paying too high prices. So I'm sorry, I don't want to be, but before saying it's not rocket science, we shall go foot on ground and see the situation, working directly with low-income countries, because sometimes it can be very, very, very difficult. I'm sorry to say that.
How do you mitigate against that maybe low level of corruption?
I would say that there's the experience of the voluntary sustainability standards is very important, but it's not used everywhere in a large way. I could say in terms, for example, of the Peruvian coffee, in terms of the units, this is the last census, it's less than 1% of the units of agricultural units that use VSS. which is voluntary sustainability standards, which are very important when you have this certification, but only 1% is a very small number. In the coffee sector, we found that they do have the certifications, at least one, they may have one, they have like 3%, which are using. Those that have certification usually those are by Global Gap. Fair trade, for example, is quite used, 48% in the coffee sector. And organic is like 85%. So they are starting. It's a process of learning, but it's not well used. So I think we need it. But I've been studying this for a couple of years or 3, and is increasing, and it is also helping these firms, small farmers, to associate, because it's a better way to reduce their costs. Certifications are costly, as you mentioned, and that's the process that usually is made by the farmers, not necessarily is paid by the consumers or the intermediaries. So certification is something that goes hand in hand with the producer. So we have to help them to have these certifications, the voluntary or the mandatory, but in a manner that is not so costly. That's what the issue that we have to address for developing countries.
Jochen, do you have any thoughts on the issue raised by Andrea in terms of the problems on the ground, dealing with the farmers on a day-to-day basis? Any ways that you can think of to mitigate those ground level issues?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to clarify. I exaggerated a bit, but I just wanted to counter-argue that this is all, sometimes I hear it, not from you, that this is all not doable, that one can't deliver because everything is so complex. And I think this is not the case. But of course, additional regulation, specifically as it goes through the whole supply chain with also certification, is not that this is without bureaucracy and that it is without some knowledge that you need to apply to this regulation. I think the key has to be done in our partner countries with their regulation, with their administration. And administration for me is not only executing but also enabling our partners. And that is where we as a Ministry for Economic Cooperation Development come into place, because for this part of the work also we are providing support. And fair enough, but it of course needs the commitment of our partner countries that they want to implement it. And again, this is international law that already has been adopted, and usually in the UN system unanimously. We are not introducing anything material-wise new, but just the implementation of what has been agreed upon already.
I'd like to ask the panel now in summary and in order, if you can elaborate on what UNIDO is doing now positively, and perhaps what you think from your perspective they could do to improve the relationship in the future, starting with you, Andrea.
Me? I think UNIDO would need to have a bigger budget, because they have the right scope and approach to impact. I was talking lunchtime that it's time to stop advocacy now and to move into impact, and UNIDO is the special agency for impact because it's an industrial development. So it should be probably one of the most relevant agencies now, the United Nations in the future from now on, and therefore should have a much higher budget. One recommendation I would have to UNIDO is to be, let's say, much more focused on the results, because sometimes the agency is very, let's say, focused on the activity to be started, and then sometimes the impact is not as great as it should be or was originally planned, and maybe the corrective actions could be followed up in a better way, in order also to create transferable knowledge to the other similar situations. This is my view, but I think I would encourage definitely UNIDO to do as much as it can.
Just very quickly, what do you think they're doing well now?
As I said, the UNIDO is put on ground. You go literally on the field. You go literally in the factories. They give technical assistance, or at least they activate agency to give technical assistance. So at the end of the day, you can access directly to the field.
Mercedes.
The problem is a problem of coordination, I think, basically what we have. So that's why we need UNIDO, because UNIDO can make producers, countries be involved, the demander countries to be involved and work together with the producers to have the private sector involved. So this coordination issue can be solved. Many of the problems are these contradictory laws that we may have inside of our countries. So part of the cooperation could be how to improve the environmental ministries of the world with the agricultural ministries of the world and the trade ministers of the world talking together in how to improve our regulations that can address these transversal issues of what we want for the future in climate change, in labor compliance with ILO regulations. We can do it. Bilaterally, or working all together through this process of conversation through UNIDO. And the cooperation can be addressed in the right manner, because that improve our regulations, local regulations, but also can improve the way we work together with the farmers and producers in terms of improving the certification process, making it easier to show off exactly how are we improving, as I mentioned, the livelihood of our people, because that's the final objective of the process.
Last but not least, Jochen.
Yeah, I think coordination is needed on all levels. Some have to start. Anyway, we did it, and hopefully after Europe, also other parts of the world will follow. And the more will follow, the more coordination is needed, obviously. Otherwise, we will drive our partners mad. Coordination is also necessary on the UN level. We have established this mirror group with the High Commissioner for Human Rights, with ILO, and also UNIDO joined this group. And I think we need to follow the one UN approach, that each and everywhere UN entities support this approach, because it's exactly in the heart of the 2030 agenda. Many UN entities can play a role. UNIDO, whenever it comes to industrial products and supply chains, but others as well.
So very quick summary there. Coordination, cooperation, and money. I think that'll be my one-word summary. Thank you very much to the panel. We've heard, some great insights from you, the need to scale up collective action, strengthening inclusive dialogue to identify and coordinate the implementation of shared solutions. We need to provide country-driven systemic support to address the root causes. We should document and disclose, the impacts of new sustainability, legal frameworks that are binding, perhaps not voluntary, the whole wealth of information from the panel, and food for thought, I'm sure, for the delegates. So please join me in thanking the panel and drawing to a close this discussion. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I believe we can now begin our final panel discussion on climate action, accelerating net zero and climate resilient industrial development. Although industrial development can act as a driver of economic growth and innovation, the industrial sector plays a significant role in exacerbating climate change due to its substantial carbon footprint and extensive usage of natural resources. Altogether, industry, manufacturing and construction, transport, electricity and heat, they're currently responsible for 35% of the global CO2 emissions. And demand for these sectors is expected to increase significantly in emerging markets and developing economies. Achieving net zero emissions by mid-century will not be realized without accelerating decarbonization of heavy industries and unlocking the potential for green industrialization to support economic growth and create jobs. So in this session, we'll look at actions to strengthen work on industrial decarbonization, developing entrepreneurship, and driving innovation in low-carbon solutions within the industrial sector. As the panel make their way to the stage and we rearrange the furniture, we want to show you the efforts UNIDO has made to delve into the subject of climate action.
UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, helps implement innovative solutions to help countries meet their net zero objectives. Nearly half the world's population is highly vulnerable to climate impacts and severe water shortages. To limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels in accordance with the Paris Agreement, we must act now. In light of its mandate and the 2030 Agenda, UNIDO promotes low-emission climate-resilient development. This means promoting policies, technologies, and practices so that countries can tackle climate action while creating millions of new jobs. UNIDO promotes the adoption of renewable energy sources, facilitates the transfer of knowledge and technology, advocates for improved energy and resource efficiency, explores diverse renewable energy applications, and develops nature-based solutions. The aim is to combat climate change and drive cleaner, more efficient industrial practices. To accelerate this process, UNIDO provides a platform for innovation, investment mobilization, and climate partnerships. By working together, we can help mitigate climate change and shape a greener future for us all.
It gives me great pleasure now to introduce your panel for the hour. First of all, His Excellency Mr. Gustavio Aitaro, Minister of State for the Republic of Palau. His Excellency became the Minister of State in September 2021. He has extensive experience in international relations and served the Republic of Palau for more than 30 years in various positions in foreign affairs, international trade, and public administration. Please welcome him to the panel. His Excellency Mr. Riyad Manzour, Minister of Industry and Trade for Morocco. He had been Director of the Cabinet of the President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council since 2013, before joining the Ministry of Industry and Trade in 2019 as Chief of Cabinet of then Minister Moulay Hafid El Alami. Please welcome him also. His Excellency Mr. Kitiona Tausi, Minister of Fisheries and Trade for Tuvalu. He has served as a number of positions in the Tuvaluan government and non-government organizations, including the Tuvalu Association of Non-Government Organizations, that's TANGO, and the Tuvalu National Private Sector Organization. Welcome to the stage. Mr. Stefan Borgas is the Chief Executive Officer, RHI Magnesita. RHI Magnesita is the world's largest supplier of refractories and services, with headquarters in Vienna, so you haven't had to come far. Prior to being CEO of RHI Magnesita, Mr. Borgas served as president and CEO of Israel Chemicals Limited, and that is a special chemical manufacturer. Welcome him also to the stage. Now, before we begin our panel discussion, we'd like to bring you messages from the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mr. Rafael Grossi, and the COP28 Director, General Ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Majid Al-Suwaidi. Let's play those now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's always a pleasure to join UNIDO in discussing important issues with shared goals, including climate change. I was glad to participate together with DG Müller at the Vienna International Energy and Climate Forum just a few weeks ago. As the title of today's panel suggests, it is time for action. Leaders across the world must take decisions that put us on a more sustainable energy path. Countries need both energy security and a way to mitigate greenhouse gases. For more and more communities, nuclear power is part of the solution. Nuclear power is not only for developed countries. This year, I traveled to both China and India, where nuclear energy is a crucial part of economic growth. Meanwhile, about 30 newcomer countries are planning or considering to introduce nuclear power for the very first time. The IAEA is there to help them develop their regulatory structures that put safety and security first. Our safety standards and peer reviews are relied upon all over the world. The future is also about nuclear innovation, and small modular reactors are garnering a lot of interest from all developing countries. It is important that they are deployed safely and in good time. We are working with regulators and industry to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is not an issue of the future. It is affecting us right now, and developing countries are facing the biggest burden. There are many tools with which we can help communities adapt to the new, harsher realities. Nuclear science and technology allow us to grow hardier crops, fight diseases, and analyze pollution and global warming. The uses of nuclear science and technology are so varied that they directly support more than half the Sustainable Development Goals, and indirectly all of them. And the IEA is the central vehicle assisting countries in growing their capacity to use them. It is an area we will be highlighting also at the COP in a few days from now. In closing, let me say that for the IEA and UNIDO, cooperation is key, whether with each other or with different partners around the world. Together, we can achieve more than alone. I look forward to our continued collaboration, and I wish all of you a successful General Conference. Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for the invitation to speak with you today. It's really appreciated to have this opportunity to be with you. The COP28 presidency understands the role decarbonizing heavy industries can play in meeting our global climate goals. Indeed, we know that without involving and engaging these industries, we'll be unable to keep 1.5 degrees C within reach. Industry buy-in is essential. So today I'd like to update you on opportunities at COP28 to accelerate industrial decarbonization and the energy transition. Right now, 35% of global CO2 emissions stem from industry, manufacturing, construction, transport, electricity, and heat. The good news, however, is that targeted efforts in specific sectors can yield the largest reductions in the smallest amount of time.
Cement and steel alone account for roughly 16% of global CO2 emissions. Public sector procurement is the largest single consumer of heavy emitting materials, and the decarbonization of energy inputs would filter throughout all other industries. Targeted strategic initiatives can move us forward further and faster. I know that we're already making progress. For example, UNIDO, WTO, and other key partners are working to harmonize steel standards to increase transparency. And I commend your efforts. This is a critical starting point. That's why at COP28, we're calling on all companies, especially those in heavy emitting and energy sectors, to accelerate their decarbonization efforts. We urge all companies to develop credible net zero transition plans and to set 2030 targets on the way to net zero. One way to signal your commitment is by joining the COP28 Global Decarbonization Accelerator. This is the first of its kind cross-sectoral initiative that provides a platform to elevate companies' engagement across existing climate initiatives. It also facilitates cross-sector collaboration with technology, infrastructure, demand players, policymakers, and financiers. The industries targeted for the Global Decarbonization Accelerator include cement, steel, aluminium, oil and gas, power, aviation, and maritime. Companies wishing to participate will be asked to reflect their seriousness about decarbonization through a series of participation principles. We also call on companies to join the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative's Green Public Procurement Pledge to accelerate industrial decarbonization through green demand signals. The Green Public Procurement Pledge asks countries to commit to a specific level of public green procurement and to cut carbon from their public construction projects. We also call on countries to increase funding flows for industrial decarbonization, especially to the Global South, where climate finance is not available, accessible, or affordable. And we invite all countries to join the Cooling Pledge. Conventional cooling is responsible for over 7% of greenhouse gas emissions. The pledge sets collective targets for countries to cut cooling-related emissions by improving appliance efficiency and expanding access to efficient cooling for the most vulnerable. Hydrogen is one of the most important ways we can decarbonize heavy emitting sectors. So we're also working on a hydrogen declaration led by Germany, Namibia, and the UAE. A declaration would create a coalition of first mover countries committed to mutual recognition of low carbon hydrogen certification schemes. This would promote efficiency to reduce risk and cost of capital. Finally, I invite all of you to join us on December 5th, COP28's Energy and Industry Day, which has an exciting lineup of events aimed at bringing together leaders from all sectors to engage, contribute, and collaborate for decarbonization efforts. And I look forward to seeing you in Dubai. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Just take a show of hands. Who's going to Dubai? Oh, not that many. Okay, let's kick off this panel. First of all, we'll come to His Excellency Gustavo Aitaro, Minister of State for the Republic of Palau. I wonder if you could talk to the need to develop climate-resilient industries from your perspective. Have you got a microphone?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. The need to promote is, our islands, we come from a very small island countries, very vulnerable to climate change impacts, and industries also contribute to that too as well. So we want to promote climatizing industries in Palau to ensure that we also don't exacerbate climate change impacts, carbon emissions, as well as it also impacts on our community as well. We also support, large industries such as shipping companies who are turning green. Because with that, the lower the cost, it also has an impact of our imports to Palau. So either way, we always look forward to as many areas of industries in Palau to climatize them not only just for our economics, but also for our atmosphere as well, climate change. So, as I mentioned in my statement earlier today, was we have small industries. We're asking UNIDO to help us to expand and grow, but as well sustainable and environmental safety as well is also our major concern. Yeah.
Minister Mazur, what are the key challenges and opportunities for a net zero and climate resilient industrial development?
Well, for me, I will skip the challenges and talk about the opportunities, because it's an opportunity. Decarbonization is a real opportunity, at least for us in Morocco. Morocco is an industrial platform exporting around 42 to 43 billion euros yearly, and it's growing 20-30% a year. And we're exporting to all countries in the world, but our main trading partner is Europe, with 58% of our trading relations. And we have no choice but to be decarbonized, because our customers want decarbonized products first. Second, is because we have no hydrocarbon. We are not hydrocarbon rich, but we are sun and wind rich. And this is clear that there is no other way than to go there. And third, it's becoming cheaper, and a lot cheaper. So now, according to our potential, we can produce electricity at half of the price than carbonized electricity. We can produce hydrogen that has the same, green hydrogen that has the same efficiency than oil at the same price, and it's lowering every year. So it's impressive, and there is no other way. It's clean, it's safe, and it's available. Second point, investments are not so heavy. You know, when you are in a country, a developing country, you don't have existing heavy industry that you need to maintain that are 50 or 60 years old. Our industry grew dramatically in the last 15 years. And in the last 15 years, we had no choice than to make it clean. So our main exporters are already mean zero. So the challenges now. The challenges, I wanted to skip the word. I wanted to skip the word, but challenges are still there. Challenges are in some missing areas. Let's talk about green energy, for example. We have areas where we can produce green energy massively, and areas of consumption that are not the same. So the main challenge for us is transporting this energy. And this is a challenge for electrons, and it's a challenge also for molecules, for hydrogen molecules. And transporting hydrogen molecules, believe me, is one of the biggest challenges we are facing today. The second challenge we might need to face altogether is making people aware of the necessity of being clean from the beginning. That means strong regulation, enforcing regulation, and being really careful that no one is cheating with the regulation. No greenwashing, nothing that goes apart. This is one of the biggest challenges. The third challenge is to make the financing flow the right way. That means not creating carbon speculative market, but creating carbon real exchange market that support the efforts we want to do. And the fourth challenge is to making it happen for people that doesn't have these programs and this potential, because for them and for this country, it's a matter of survival.
Thank you. Minister Taussi, from the perspective of an island state, what needs to be prioritized for industrial decarbonisation and a climate resilient industry?
Anyway, before I begin, let me bring greetings from the people of Tuvalu, the people and the government of Tuvalu. Bring greetings to this meeting of UNIDO. And we say in our land, Tuvalu, Talofa. Thank you. Anyway, in response to the question raised, in fact, we don't have any industries in Tuvalu. No manufacturing industry or processing factories. So we are not emitting any carbon dioxide, any greenhouse gas. If I'm sure, according to UN reports, we are emitting about 0.0050%. No, it's almost like we are emitting nothing, but we are feeling the heavy impact of climate change in our country. So the only solution for us is the adaptation. We have received finance from the United Nations for adaptation program, seawall adaptation program, to ensure that our islands are well protected, to ensure that our islands are raised, because Tuvalu is a very low-lying island. It only has about 3 to 4 meters above, there's a few points above sea level, or otherwise it's just level with the sea. So sea level rise is a great problem to us. So we need to raise the level of our land and to protect our land. We don't want to leave Tuvalu. We don't want to be resettled somewhere. We want to live on our own beloved country. And we need our partners, UN, our partners, to help us in financing our adaptation projects, especially seawall and land reclamation project. Thank you.
And who would want to leave Tuvalu? Beautiful nation island.
Anyway, since about people are leaving Tuvalu, not because of climate change. They leave because they want to seek better life. They don't live because of impacts of climate change. They live because they are searching for a better life. But people are living each year. Australia has offered many opportunities for work schemes for Tuvalu and New Zealand. So people are leaving Tuvalu to take up these overseas opportunities. But they don't live because of climate change.
Let's take a look now at the perspective from the private sector. Stefan, let's bring you in here. What do you see as critical for enabling industry to accelerate decarbonisation across all sectors?
Thank you. Maybe I can make this very practical. Refractories are products that are needed in order to produce the materials to build the world. Steel, cement, copper, glass, nickel are all produced at temperatures above 1,500, sometimes 2,000 degrees. For the production of all of those materials, you need refractory materials inside the production plant, inside the furnace, to protect the furnace and the people and the plant. That's what we make. Consequently, our materials are made at these temperatures or even higher as well. We are a difficult to abate industry, so-called difficult to abate industry, with CO2 emissions in 2018 of around 5.5 million tons worldwide, including the raw materials and the products that we make. So we're a big, heavy emitter. There's two sources for these CO2 emissions. There's the big amount of fossil fuels that we emit in order to produce these materials, just like steel, cement, and the other industries. This is about half, but the other half are process emissions that come from the conversion of minerals into these refractory materials. And now you can appreciate the challenges that we have. First, we need to replace the fossil fuels, all of them, all over the world. We're active in every part of the world. We're a totally global company, very much spread around the world. So we need to replace fossil fuels with hydrogen as fast as we can, and then we can cut half of the emissions.
And that's a huge challenge for you, isn't it?
That's a huge challenge because there's no hydrogen anywhere in the world. There's talk about hydrogen in some parts of the world, but there's none. Okay, so this is challenge one, and we need to build the infrastructure in all countries. I agree with Minister Riyad. This is a fantastic opportunity for business, for the welfare of people, and for the climate altogether if we do this right. It will not work in 4 or 5 years, but I think in 10 or 12 years, we can get this done in all places in the world if we do it. The second piece, the second challenge, is we need to eliminate the process emissions, and there are no technologies for this. It's chemically not possible to eliminate. So we need to change the mindsets of our scientists and tell them, anyway you have to eliminate. Even if for 250 years you have emitted and you think it's part of nature's law. And you know what? Now, after 5 years of working on them, the scientists start to believe it. With a little bit of luck, if the industrialization, if the scale-up works, we will have a technical solution in 3 years from now. And then we can give this technical solution to all of our competitors and to all of our raw material suppliers, and then we can eliminate that piece as well. So that's the perspective, and it's super exciting, but we need funds in order to test this technology because it could go wrong. It's totally new. It's like funding a startup on global scale, except with a really serious need, right? I mean, we cannot fail. We have to do this. So what do we do in the meantime? Well, in the meantime, we have to eliminate the waste that comes of our streams with the business model that we've pursued for the last 200 years in passing industrial materials from one player in the chain to the next one, and at the end of the chain, whatever left over is thrown away. That is not acceptable anymore. So we have to build very many circuits. In our Chairman, we did this in 2018. We took the challenge to start with this because this is an immediate action. And in Brazil, in the United States, in India, in China, in Turkey, in Europe, many parts in Southeast Asia, we put these cycles in place, and we have reduced our 5.5 million tons of emissions now to 4.6. Gone, 1 million already gone. So with this, of course, we need to change laws, and waste directives have to be changed. We need to transport these circular wastes across countries. Nobody wants this. They have to become raw materials, not waste anymore. This is the third part of the challenge. I hope that makes it clear what we need to do.
Thank you. Minister Mazur, I sense that you share the sense of excitement about the time scale for change, but how do you think that UNIDO can enable financing for industrial decarbonisation, and that's including the support for SMEs?
For sure. I would like to comment first of all on what have been said. You know that only 12% of the projects of the announcement of hydrogen projects have offtake, and this is the problem. This is the egg and the chicken problem, because we cannot start a hydrogen project if we don't have an offtake. And people that need hydrogen say there is no enough hydrogen. So we need to reconcile this and reconcile this very quickly. To come back to finance SME, 3 types. It's blend financing, first of all. So SMEs, they need, first of all, to have financing available at a lower rate, and financing support directly and grants so that they can make the change. If global companies like this, that emit 5 million tons of CO2, have issues to transform, how about a small company? So what we do, first of all, we invest in electricity on the grid, and we're greening the grid. We have targets to reach 52% of capacity installed by 2030. We are at 38 already, and we will reach the 50% really quickly because we are investing heavily in that in the grid. The second is to work on circularity, on having no waste, on integrating for textile circulated fiber, on integrating. We have a lot of mines we are circulating aluminum. It's at a lower temperature, you can transform them, or copper or whatever, so that we can recycle it very quickly. The third step is to work directly with SMEs so that we can support them technically make the right choices. It's not only about financing, it's the right choice. The fourth one is to install them in some compounds or industrial zones where we take care of externalities. For instance, wastewater treatment, having access to renewable energy, having the best, and this is one of the most important challenges we will face in the next 10 years, once we will reach the scope 2 that you said, internal process and external supplier process. But what will remain? The transport one. And the transport one is the heaviest challenge we need to face, because if you're it's not a small one at the end of the day, because this residual part, if you transport it by container, you will need to have hydrogen boat on. If you transport it by plane, you need to have e-fuels. If you transport it by car, you need to have EV cars, but clean batteries, not batteries produced with this type of issues. So the whole is a circle that needs to be consistent, that needs to be very green all in all, but because at the end we're making switches, but switches are probably more polluting or have more carbon footprint than what we are doing now. So financing, we had grants, we had direct support, that means subsidies. We have we have credit at a lower price, and more important, technical advisory, which is the most important one. And last but not least, making externalities for SME that bigger company take care of it. That means good industrial zone with perfect services and grain services.
Just two quick comments, if you allow. Financing, we're a large, medium-sized company. We're not very big, but we're reasonably sizable. We can get no financing for any project in the EU, where they have massive amounts of financing available because we're too small. Yeah. First problem. So I fully agree with you. We have to make sure that the financing doesn't go into the pockets of lobbyists of just certain organizations. Second comment, on electricity, I think we still have to educate ourselves. We don't need to replace the current electricity production by clean energy. That's a small first step. We need to, in the industrial world, we need to triple the amount of electricity that we produce, triple, 3 times, 300% more, in order to replace the directly combusted fossil fuels. So there's not enough hydrogen.
And there are not enough off-takers.
Yeah, we are one of them. We are an off-taker.
The egg and the chicken story is a real story. I mean, we are seeing it. We have a hydrogen project in Morocco going on because we need it. You know, we are one of the first.
Let's meet off stage. We'll find a deal.
Yeah, we are the first exporter. We're one of the first exporters of fertilizers. And you know, phosphate fertilizer are a mix of phosphate and ammoniac. and we import a lot of ammoniac to make these fertilizers. So we launched a 2 million ton green ammoniac project so that we can blend it in Morocco. So we will produce our hydrogen for our own needs. And for the other projects, 12% of offtake only.
Okay. Can we put on record that there's going to be a deal?
For sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about a deal. Hopefully we can make one.
For sure.
You heard it here first.
We will provide hydrogen, but for a Moroccan plant.
He's thinking about it.
Okay, I have an idea for that also. We talk afterwards.
Yeah, you guys need to talk. You need to talk. I'll facilitate it if you like. Minister Aitara, I just wondered if you could speak to the challenge of moving away from fossil fuels from an island state perspective.
Well, the challenge is to keep the country moving if we move away from fossil fuel. The thing is, we are fully dependent on fossil fuel. Small island states, that's the biggest challenge. And we don't have any control over the prices. For example, the average cost for 1 gallon of gasoline in Palau is an average $6.50 to $7 a gallon. That's how, and we're still dependent. So to move away from that is to promote more renewable energy, efficient sources. We have solar. We're looking into OTEC, which is the ocean thermal projects, and to incorporate those into our agriculture, our aquaculture projects, to ensure that we can lower the cost of production and maybe have higher returns, provide employment for our people back home, as well as, although the price of fuel goes up, but we're not dependent fully on that, and more results on renewable energy sources.
Thank you. Now we're going to pause the panel for a while because, as announced earlier by the president of the conference, I have the honour to invite His Excellency, Mr. Peter Szijjártó, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, to deliver his statement. Please welcome him to the stage.
Director General, dear colleague, Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me the chance to make the national statement on behalf of Hungary on the General Assembly of UNIDO. First of all, as we witness the global developments, it took less than 4 years that the global economy has been turned upside down twice in a row. And if you look at these occasions, none of these originated from economic reasons, but once based on a healthcare related crisis and then based on a security crisis. The global pandemic has shown very clearly how defenseless we are regardless of our fantastic technologies. And the war and the answers given to the war here in Europe ended up in skyrocketing inflation, skyrocketing energy prices, and skyrocketing food prices as well. Hungary has given on both occasions a national reaction. And based on this national reaction, we did not only survive these crises, but we have come out from these crises stronger compared to how we entered those crises. And why? Because we have stuck to our strategy, our economic strategy, which aims at creating a work-fair society, which aims at promoting industrialization, creating jobs and supporting investments. And we have not accepted the perception that creation of massive unemployment would be unavoidable. We made it very clear that we are ready to put together all budget resources, but not to finance unemployment, but to finance the prevention of unemployment. Thus, we have initiated and implemented the most robust investment incentivizing programs of ours, based on which we were among those very few countries in the world where there were more people having jobs after the COVID than before. And as a major consequence of the war, we have been faced with tremendous energy prices here in Europe and all over the world, which is killing to economy, which is killing to industry. Therefore, instead of again accepting that there would be huge unemployment, we rather looked at the major problem caused by the skyrocketing energy prices for the companies, namely the extremely high energy bills, and we decided to initiate a robust program to support the companies, the factories, to be able to build capacities based on which they can produce their own energy instead of being dependent on the international energy market. And the reason for another reason for our success, economically speaking, in Hungary is that we achieved an important strategic goal of ours, which is to make Hungary a meeting point for East and West, a meeting point for the biggest industrial companies of the East and the West. And they do meet in Hungary. And therefore, we see on a daily basis how strongly interdependent the Eastern and Western companies and industries are. And we see it on a daily basis how effectively Eastern and Western companies can work together. And we see it on a daily basis what kind of advantage is coming out from these kind of East-to-West cooperation. Therefore, dear Director General, dear colleagues, it's really alarming and concerning for us to see that those voices are being heard louder and louder here in Europe, which are speaking about decoupling and de-risking, which means basically, honestly, isolation of East and West, or at least restriction of the East-to-West economic cooperation. And we do believe that this can cause huge problems in global economy in the upcoming period of time. Cooperation between East and West is not a risk, but de-risking is a risk, I can tell you. If those voices are going to be louder, which are demanding the restriction of the East-to-West cooperation, we will go back to a period of time where we don't want to return. Because we in Central Europe had to live a long period of time in a world which was divided into blocks. And we had very, very bad historic experience in this regard. So therefore, instead of the world being divided into blocks, we support connectivity. We support a fair global cooperation, a fair global industrial cooperation based on mutual respect and aiming at mutual advantages. And I think it's extremely important nowadays when we are going through a really significant industrial revolution. So in Hungary, we provide equal treatment for industrial companies and any other companies coming from the East and the West. Therefore, you see that we are one of the 3 countries in the world where the 3 top German premium car makers are there. And in the meantime, 5 of the top 10 global top 10 electric battery making companies are there as well, from the East, from China and Korea. And in the meantime, we are now building a new nuclear power plant where the main constructor is Russian and the subcontractors are Germans, French and Americans. I don't know what was the word what caused that among these 4. But, so therefore, we give all our support to UNIDO to promote connectivity, to promote the interdependence and the issue and the sake of global economic and industrial cooperation. And last but not least, I'd like to share with you that we Hungarians are in a very specific geographic location, because it's not only that Ukraine is our eastern neighbor, therefore we are directly neighbored by the war, but from the south we have been confronted with an ever-growing pressure of illegal migration. And we all know to stop the illegal migration we need to tackle the root causes. Now, what is one of the major root causes? Is the lack of investments, the poor level of industrialization. Therefore, we support UNIDO to carry out industrialization projects, investments in countries which are sources of migration, in order to enable them to keep their growing population. The only way to keep the growing population is to create a growing number of jobs. So therefore, UNIDO does have the full support of Hungary. The Director General does have our full support, and we do hope that achieving your goals, Director General, to reform this organization and to make it more effective will be successful. It will not depend on our support for sure. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, thank you for your intervention there. We'll take away from that collaboration and the advantage of it, fair global cooperation based on mutual respect and equal treatment for industrial companies. Thank you very much for that message. Let's return to our panel now and pick up where we left off. If we come to Minister Tausi, want to ask you about the role that innovative finance plays in enabling action for you.
Thank you for the Thank you for the question. Regarding finance, yes, finance is very important to us. As a very small country with a very fragile economy, we really need financing for our projects in line with our adaptation projects, Also commenting on some of the previous comments that were made about hydrogen, energy, and fossil fuel. Yes, Tuvalu has signed an agreement with a UK company for a hydrogen and ammonia project in Tuvalu. We have signed that agreement with the UK Ocean Energy Company. And we are also looking for financing for our partners to finance this project together with this UK company. In line with fossil fuel, yes, Tuvalu is lobbying for the reduction or the phasing out of fossil fuel. But by profession, I am a theologian. I'm a minister of religion, holding a Master of Theology degree from the University of Edinburgh, and also a honorary doctorate on divinity. In line with fossil fuel, I question the fact that if we want to phase out fossil fuel, have we ever thought of these countries that depend very much on fossil fuel? No, have we ever thought of that? If we want to phase out fossil fuel, I think these countries, their livelihood depends on fossil fuel. So I don't think we are doing something right to phase out fossil fuel. What we need research. We need a clean fuel. In Tuvalu, the price of fuel is over 10 Australian dollars per gallon. It's about $250 to $70 a liter. It's very expensive. Although that we need this fuel, this fossil fuel, but we have to do something to ensure that the price is much lower. And I always think of what blessing these countries have with fossil fuel. Now the question is that if we phase out fossil fuel, what is the world going to do with the oil resources that these countries have? What are they going to do with it? And this is God's gift. It is God's gift to the world. And we should make use of it. You should find ways on how to clean energy. We rely very much on science, technology. So I'm sure at this current stage, our science technology is not really advanced. And I'm sure our future generation will be able to find the technology whereby they can face the challenges of the future years. Okay, now we're having problem with fossil fuel. And I'm sure the planet has a good opportunity, even though we face challenges. I'd like to say that the planet is safe. Warming is hope. Warming is hope for the world. But we need science, technology. So I'm sure we will be able to do that. So financing. Needing money, yes, Tuvalu needs a lot of money to have our projects implemented. Without financing, we can't do anything. We don't have the economy, the money, but we depend very much on our overseas partners. We are working very hard on renewable energy. Even though I myself support fossil fuel, but our government is trying to phase out fossil fuel. So we are working on renewable energy, especially solar and wind. And we are hoping that we get finance for these projects. We have the sun, we have the heat, we have the sun every day. We are a friend of the sun in Tuvalu. Our temperature is always between 31 and 32 degrees Celsius daily. We don't have any season. Our season is hot, is sunny. It's sunny. So we have to make use of this renewable energy with the solar. What we need is storage. We need science technology to improve how we can store the energy in solar and wind as well. So we need money.
You're doing a very good job of advertising my next holiday destination, potentially, with all of your sun. Let's move to Minister Aitaro. As a fellow island state, what role do you think UNIDO can play in addressing some of the questions that have been raised?
Well, as been mentioned with some of the panelists earlier, and also my colleagues up here on the stage, UNIDO has a wealth of expertise. UNIDO can help us with the planning, the expansion of our small and medium enterprises in terms of, utilizing energy efficient sources, as well as UNIDO has a wide network that can help Palau secure resources, secure partnerships to ensure that our projects and our priorities are accomplished in a manner that is safe and also beneficial for our people, and as well as safe for environment and sustainable projects in Palau. And I will recognize that UNIDO has the expertise to help build our capacity as well, and also as I mentioned earlier, a wide range of network and resources available to them that can pass it on to the Palau to pursue our goal of a sustainable economy and a safe environment.
Thank you. So let's get some final thoughts from the panel, starting with you, Stefan. Is the future positive? Are you happy with UNIDO's involvement and contribution so far? Is there more that they can do? Is there the political will also?
Yeah, I think the future has a big challenge, but is full of opportunities, and we need change. And change is difficult. I think we've managed to change the minds of people. Now we need to change the action to doing. So I think, and here UNIDO maybe can help to drive action rather than just policy and mindset change. I think that's the first thing. The second thing, we need to make CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gas emissions expensive. Europe has, I think, one of the best policy steps Europe has taken more than a decade ago is to put a price on CO2 and to step by step make the price higher and higher. This, I think, is a fantastic model because that drives behavior. And the greedy capitalists will make the change happen or support the change. And if UNIDO can help to bring this into the rest of the world, I think this is a historic achievement. And the third thing is, like Minister said, science. We don't have solutions for a pretty large part of the challenges that we need in order to bring the world to zero carbon emissions in 2050 or even earlier. But we have one enormous resource, and this is 8 billion smart, energized people around the world. We need to build science and develop these solutions. Maybe a little bit less panic in the short term, and therefore a little bit more acceleration of the science. And then I think we have a real chance to beat the 2050 target worldwide.
Minister Mizzou.
Well, I think the future is fantastic, and I do not fully agree.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Sorry?
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Oh, great, you have the feeling that I think about a fantastic future because it's true. And I would not agree. You know, we have a fantastic partnership with UNIDO. And we are delivering together results on the field, and real result that has impact on population, and real financing fueling, and real expertise fueling, and real project. And I invite you to see the industrial zones we built together, the sustainable industrial zones we built together, the programs we put to finance SME and to support blending finance so that they can get access to financing. It's an amazing job we're doing together. The idea. Yeah, you can applause. You can applause for UNIDO. The idea now is to make UNIDO more powerful because it's a fantastic tool. We need more donors. We need more people to flow money into UNIDO so that it can help. It can help and support country programs. And this is the challenge we need all together to mobilize ourselves so that UNIDO is more powerful. Because we need UNIDO. It is a fantastic tool. It is good driven. It is collaborative. We build the programs together and we deliver.
Mr. Taussi. Minister Taussi, your final remarks on whether the future looks bright.
It was me?
No, Minister Taussi. Okay. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the last question, I think. What the future looks like. To me, the future is very, very bright. We have a bright future. Everything will be all right. The planet is safe, as I have already said. Warming is hope and is a gift. So we don't have to worry about our planet in the future. God is taking care of our planet. We have been entrusted by God to take care of the planet. God has given us the wisdom and the knowledge as to how we can ensure that we keep the planet safe, so we don't have to worry. Science, technology, I'm sure, is our hope. Science will provide all of the solutions that we need for the challenges that we are facing today. So finally, I have to say again, the planet, our future, is well secured. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Aitara, the final word goes to you.
Well, what more can we say after the Honorable Taussi has mentioned that his statement? But yes, there is hope. There's these partnerships and commitments that we have built and established with UNIDO and our countries gives us the hope that there is a bright future right ahead. So again, I'd like to touch my comments with my colleagues who mentioned that there is hope for the future. There is hope. Thank you.
Thank you all, and that brings our panel to a close. I'd like you to give them the final round of applause for sharing their expertise, potentially brokering a deal on stage. We'll report back on that to you, for those of you that are interested. Thank you very much. It's been a really enjoyable discussion. Thank you. I'll ask you to remain in your seats, though, for the moment, although we have finished the panel, because the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, will give us his closing remarks. We'd like to invite him to the podium now. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking part in this forum. Great forum, and thank all of you. You stay here since this morning. Really, thank you. That is very disciplined and is so great. My sincere wish is that you will take from this general conference, from the first day, a piece of optimism with you. Optimism with you. The question today is, in every discussion and in every meeting and conference, is the glass half full or empty? Do we talk only about catastrophes, problems, challenges, or do we talk about the solutions for the future? And that is what we should do. Solutions. We do have the solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, a world without hunger through investments and innovation in sustainable agriculture is possible. This morning, Abiy Ahmed from Ethiopia told us within the last 5 years, he tripled the yield in the production field of wheat. Ethiopia becomes so from an importer to an exporter. And within, when you remember, within the last 5 years, he doubled GDP. He doubled GDP in Ethiopia. And that is even possible in some other countries, in some other developing countries, and at least LDCs. But necessary is innovation and investments. And we have the solutions for limiting climate change and its consequences. We are looking forward to the COP28. We must talk about these solutions for mitigation and adaptation. There are technical solutions and solutions for a green transition, green industrialization and job creation. So the world has to take action, not only talking about problems. Take action, and this requires more global solidarity and investments in the future of our countries and people. And it's crucial to understand, I mentioned this morning, that is very important, a signal from this conference. It is crucial to understand that we can only thrive when people in the global south, in developing countries, also have a perspective for life and future. We are one planet, we are one Earth together. And UNIDO is investing in this future with a growing project portfolio. So, ladies and gentlemen, but we must be open and learn from each other, from Palau, from Morocco, from the Caribbean states, from African, from Asian countries, from their experience. Every country, every continent has its own experience, its own challenges and its own solutions. But we are interested in your approach, in your solution. So thank you so much for taking part in this Industrial Innovation Forum, innovation and investment. That is the key. And now you are invited. Please join us for the evening for a wonderful cultural event. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Director General, thank you so much for that final address. And the Director General mentioned there whether the cup was half full or half empty. I would suggest, judging by the contributions today, that the cup runneth over. So I want to thank the panel again and the Director General. And just to remind you about tonight's cultural event, which starts at 6:30 in the Rotunda in the C building, hosted by the Director General. Come and unwind and sample different cultures and cuisines. There will be food from around the world. Thank you all for your patience and attention. Thank you.
Please join. Oh, yeah.
I'll take my glasses off. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was great fun. Thank you very much. That was great fun. It's done. It's done. Yeah, and it was fun. They were fun. No, not at all. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. All that matters is what people see. Nobody knows what goes on behind the scenes, or so. You're very welcome. You're very welcome.